Chapter 352. It was 10:00 at night when they went back to the hotel to sleep. Early the next morning, the six of them went to the amusement park again and played the whole day. When they were on the roller coaster again, they heard Swish Xiaoduo scolding, "I was wondering why we were so slow today. Yu Moyan, put away your weights." Yu Moyan looked like he had committed a crime and quickly moved. They even brought weights when they came out to play. A teacher sighed, how could it be a coincidence to have such achievements? In the shadows, a graceful figure looked enviously at Swish Xiaoduo and the others who were playing around. She said faintly, "Master, I've never played this before." On the other side, the other shadow sighed and didn't say anything for a long time. For 3 consecutive days, Swish Xiaoduo and the other 5 spent their days in the amusement park, yelling and shouting as they played. Every day, they played until the amusement park closed. On the last day, the 6 of them still walked out of the amusement park reluctantly. Looking at the closed gate, the 6 of them stood in front of it silently for a long time. After a long time, they finally turned and left. Along the way, the 6 of them were silent. No one said a word. A few of them even looked back as they walked, looking at the amusement park that was getting further and further away. The 6 of them knew clearly in their hearts that in this lifetime, they would probably never be able to enjoy themselves as much as they had in the past 3 days. This kind of place didn't belong to them. It was already a privilege to have these 3 days. In the future, they probably wouldn't have another chance to come here. Even if they did, it wouldn't be as neat as today. When the Longhu ranking tournament ended, they would all go to the higher martial arts college to study. It was a foregone conclusion that they would be separated from each other. Each of them had their own life, their own opportunities, their own pursuits, their own battles, and their own lives. In fact, it was extremely difficult for the 6 of them to gather together in an orderly manner. The 6 of them walked on the road in silence. The streetlights stretched their shadows. Under the high light, sometimes the shadows of the 6 bodies merged together, and sometimes they were separated, each drawing a long and narrow shadow. Swish Xiaoduo laughed and said, "Is there a need to be so silent and sad? Let me teach you a song to make you feel more sad." The others forced themselves to be spirited and smiled. "All right, please begin your performance," Swish Xiaoduo said softly as he walked in silence. "All these years, I've been alone. The wind has passed, the rain has gone. Friends walk together for a lifetime, those days will no longer exist. A sentence, a lifetime of love, a cup of wine. Friends have never been lonely, you will understand when I call you a friend. There are also wounds, there is also pain, there is also you, there is also me." Swish Xiaoduo sang softly, over and over again. Slowly, Wan Lixiu joined in, then Long Yusheng, Li Chenglong, and finally Yu Moyan. Swish Xiaoduo had forgotten how many times he had sung the song. Anyway, everyone had learned it and could sing it completely. Everyone's eyes were red as they sang in a low voice. Especially the lines, "Friends walk together for a lifetime, those days will no longer exist," they all sang with tears streaming down their faces. Wan Lixiu's eyes were red as she said, "Swa, you must send me the complete score of this song. In addition, you have to play it for me once, just for me alone." No problem, no problem." Swish Xiaoduo laughed. Suddenly, he opened his hands and strode forward, shouting at the top of his voice as he sang, "A sentence, a lifetime of love, a cup of wine." The sadness of the 5 people behind him was suddenly driven away by his strange appearance. They laughed and chased after him, joining in the chorus of singing loudly. There was a series of strange cries. At this time, a window on the tall building next to them suddenly opened, and a man's voice was full of impatience. He scolded, "A group of little bastards, why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night? Go home and sleep. Believe it or not, I will beat you up." Swish Xiaoduo screamed, "Are you going to be beaten up? Run!" Before his voice died away, he was already the first to run. "Run! The 5 people followed Zhuo Xiaoduo and ran back to the hotel. They all laughed until tears came out of their eyes. Several high school teachers stopped in the air above the hotel. Do you think we should set up some roller coasters or something in the school? Why do I suddenly feel so pitiful when I look at this group of children? They don't have anything that ordinary children can have, murmured a teacher. Another person laughed and said, when you see them live for tens of thousands of years, you won't feel so pitiful anymore. You're just arguing. How dare you say that each of them has tens of thousands of years to live? At present, they are still pitiful after all. No matter how talented they are and how good their cultivation is, they are still children after all, and they are already facing death. The previous teacher sighed and said, I just heard that there was an ordinary child upstairs who was still playing games all night. His body is so weak that I can't even read it. Yeah, it's better to read a novel. Another teacher said, there's a person called Wind Conquers the World, who wrote it quite well. He's recognized as the world's best. Recognized as the world's best? Is that for real? I'll go take a look when I have time and join a few Golden Alliance or something. I'm not short of money. I've been watching them play for the past 3 days. Other than feeling sorry for them, I also feel that it's quite enjoyable. It's as if I've played with them once. One of the teachers was reminiscing. He touched his chin and said, when I have time, I'll go sit on that wooden horse too. It seems that it's quite interesting. After receiving a large wave of rolling eyes, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. The next morning, the first division's venue had been renovated and the arena was erected high. Red decorations hung on all sides. The battle between the champion and the runner-up was about to begin. The battle between the champion and the runner-up was a best-of-7 system. 6 people would fight for 7 rounds. The first 4 rounds could not have the same person. In other words, one person was not allowed to defeat the entire field. One powerhouse was not allowed to carry a team and even win the championship. At the same time, the candidates for the first 4 rounds had to be planned and submitted before the first person appeared. The order could not be changed. No one was allowed to change the person. Violators would be disqualified. In the last 3 rounds, they could send their own people. However, even in the last 3 rounds, one person could only fight at most 2 rounds. All the high martial arts teachers surrounded the entire arena. They wanted to get a closer look at the real battle between the geniuses. Whether it was Water City No. 1 High School or Phoenix City No. 2 High School, they were the best of the best. It could be said that even the weakest person in these 2 teams, with the aptitude of astral souls, would be able to enter the list of seeded contestants of the 3 high martial arts schools. Relatively speaking, Phoenix City No. 2 High School was more popular. The captain, Zhuo Xiaoduo, was known as Brother Crotch Kick. The vice-captain, Li Chenglong, was popular. The dream technique Li Changming became famous in one battle. Yu Moyan was silent and sharp. Long Yusheng was outstanding and a hero among women. The most important point was that Water City No. 1 High School had once fought Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School and lost on the spot. However, Phoenix City No. 2 High School defeated Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School in its strongest state. This gave people a feeling that Water City No. 1 High School was most likely not the opponent of Phoenix City No. 2 High School. Even the members of Water City No. 1 High School had this thought. The curtain opened. The 2 teams entered the arena. For a time, the audience cheered loudly, one after another, endlessly. Countless long guns, short guns, and flashing lights made Zhuo Xiaoduo blind. In an instant, he had a subtle feeling that he had become a big star. He almost wanted to shake his butt on the stage and sing a song. On the opposite side, the 6 people from Water City No. 1 High School were all dressed in snow-white clothes. A sharp aura came from them. The 12 people stood facing each other from a distance. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhou Yunqing, the captain of Water City No. 1 High School, took a step forward together. The others did not move. I am the captain, Sua Xiaoduo. This is our vice-captain, Li Chenglong. This is Long Yusheng, Wan Li Xiu, Li Changming, and Yu Moyan. Sua Xiaoduo introduced them one by one with perfect articulation. There was a loud shout in the stands, "Brother Iron and Steel is mighty." Sua Xiaoduo frowned, glanced at Li Chenglong fiercely, and said angrily, "Swollen, go back and wait for me." Li Chenglong felt wronged. "What did I do to you? You stole my limelight." Sua Xiaoduo said bitterly, "I am the captain, but you didn't call my name or Iron Fist young master. Who will take the blame if not you?" Li Chenglong. On the opposite side, Zhou Yunqing showed a smile on his face. "Captain Zhua, you don't have to deliberately remind us like this. We won't remember your name, Iron Fist young master." Zhou Yunqing couldn't help but laugh in his heart. At this time, you still want to use Iron Fist young master to fool people? Do you want us to think that you are really unparalleled? Don't worry, we will never be fooled. No matter who picks you, they won't fight with you. They will just admit defeat. I am the captain of Water City's first squadron, Zhou Yunqing. This is our vice-captain, Yan Kuanglei. This is Fang Juexiao, this is Ling Fei Xue, this is Yu Yan, and the last one is Pai Yibao. Zhou Yunqing introduced the last person, and obviously paused. Just as Sua Xiaoduo and the others were puzzled, they finally heard the last person's name. All 6 of them widened their eyes at the same time. Pai Yibao. This name. Really? Sounds good. Sua Xiaoduo burst out laughing. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he really couldn't help it. Listening to the first 5 names, they sounded good, poetic, and imposing. However, when he heard the last name, he really didn't know what to do, and suddenly lost his composure. "Captain Zhou, you almost sprained my waist with your sudden coquettishness." Sua Xiaoduo shook his head and sighed. Then, he said to Pai Yibao, "Brother Pai, I am really not laughing at you. We are heroes, and we never use our names to make fun of you." Pai Yibao's wrinkled face trembled, and his 4 wrinkles bloomed into a chrysanthemum-like smile. He said, it's okay. I am used to it since I was young." Cough cough. This smile almost made Sua Xiaoduo lose his soul. It didn't look like a chrysanthemum at all, but it really did look like one, cough cough, the monthly ticket. The recommendation ticket. Chapter 353. The introductions were over. The 2 captains returned to their respective teams. The 12 of them saluted to each other at the same time. In Shuaiqing No. 1 Middle School, everyone was dressed in white. They were taller than snow, and their figures were tall and straight. Well, except for the last person, the first 5 people were handsome men and beautiful women, forming a beautiful scenery. The moment they bowed at the same time, there was an inexplicable cold and sharp chi, like a snow mountain suddenly lowering its head. Their momentum was amazing. As for Phoenix City No. 2 High School, when they bowed, the big words, Phoenix City No. 2 High School, were revealed behind the 6 people. It was especially eye-catching. It was so tacky. This strong contrast made the teachers of the high school who were watching the battle behind Zhou Xiaoduo's team almost laugh out loud. "Have you drafted the list of participants?" Ding Xiulan asked. The referees of this competition were almost all familiar people. They were from the 3 high schools and 6 teachers. Yes, they were right. The 6 referees were all from the 3 high schools. The other schools didn't even get a spot. Ma Zhangxi, who was standing at the side, grimaced from time to time. His face was full of indignation. Ordinary high school students didn't have human rights. Ma Zhangxi wanted to shout. But he didn't dare to. He was afraid that he would be beaten. I, Ma Lao-san, knew better than to fight when the odds were against me. It's done. It's done a long time ago. Sua Xiaoduo happily walked over and handed over his team's name list. He said sweetly, "Teachers, why do you all look so familiar?" Don't tell me you've been working overtime for the past few days. Take care of your body. It's really too tiring. Ding Xiulan said with a loving face, it's rare for you to be so considerate. Look, I've prepared food. As she spoke, she took out a bag of melon seeds and asked, do you want to eat? Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed dryly. I don't dare to eat. When you're done, I'll treat you, Ding Xiulan said. Zhan Xiaofei coughed. Teacher Ding, mind your image. Immediately after, he said in an amiable tone, Zhuo Xiaoduo, you can do it. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded repeatedly with a simple and honest look on his face. He smiled and said, Teacher Zhan, you look much better today than you did a few days ago. Zhan Xiaofei was overjoyed and said, really? You even know how to read people's complexion? Zhuo Xiaoduo said, I know a little. Actually, I'm best at reading faces. With your physiognomy, you're destined to be famous in the future. You have a good physiognomy. Zhan Xiaofei's eyes narrowed, and his heart was bursting with joy. Is that so? Ha ha ha, if it's possible, let me take a good look. My name shakes the world, is it because I took in a good student? On the other side, Cui Shangyan's face was full of dissatisfaction. Teacher Zhan, is this the time to chat? Pay attention to your manners. Zhuo Xiaoduo said obediently, hello, Teacher Cui. Thank you for your hard work. Cui Shangyan smiled like a flower. Xiaoduo, did you sleep well last night? I heard that he went to the amusement park for the past few days. When you come to Shangjing, I'll take you to the amusement park there. It's much bigger than here. You'll definitely be able to enjoy yourself. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. Really? Of course it's true. Cui Shangyan introduced excitedly. Let me tell you, the amusement park in Shangjing, inside. Just as he was about to give an example to encourage Zhuo Xiaoduo's interest, he remembered that he had never been to an amusement park before. He was completely ignorant about the facilities there, so it was hard for him to say anything. He forcefully changed the topic and said, it's really fun inside. In the bar, there are many beautiful ladies. Their clothes. On the side, Ding Xiulan and Zhan Xiaofei roared at the same time. Cui Shangyan, you shameless person. Are you trying to teach your child bad things? Cough cough. Cui Shangyan didn't care at all and just smiled. My words were like farts, so why should I care? So what if I don't want Bai Lian? He continued to smile and said, little duo, as long as you really come, I will take you wherever you want to go. Whatever you want to play, I will take you to play. Zhan Xiaofei looked up and sighed. He's really like a girl. The first time he's so shy and unwilling, but after the first time, he doesn't care anymore. This Cui Shangyan. Ding Xiulan raised her eyebrows and said angrily, Zhan Xiaofei, what do you mean? Cui Shangyan's shamelessness is his own business. What does it have to do with a girl? If you don't know how to speak, then shut your stinky mouth. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at them. I'm just here to flatter them. I don't mean anything else. Why did they start fighting? The smell of gunpowder was getting stronger. Teacher, I'll go back and prepare for the competition. He slipped away, wiping his sweat on the way. That place was really too dangerous. Yes, good luck. The 5 judges said together. Zhuo Xiaoduo handed in the name list. It took a full 10 minutes. After a few rounds of greetings, Zhou Yunqing stood at the side and waited. He was not anxious at all. His expression did not change at all. Zhuo Xiaoduo could not help but praise him in his heart. Don't underestimate the greetings before the competition. Politeness, etiquette, respect, chatting. As long as the teacher responded, no matter if it was 1 sentence or 2, the other team's students would be ignored. And out of respect for the teacher who was speaking, the other teachers would not interrupt at this time. The other team could only awkwardly stand at the side and wait under the watchful eyes of everyone. Don't underestimate this short period of time. It was a huge blow to a person's psyche. Countless people were watching. This was a live broadcast. I'm just going to stand here like an idiot. How embarrassing. First, he felt disgusted. Why are you so troublesome, Suo Duo? Are you deliberately trying to intimidate me? Aren't you just trying to create an opportunity to ignore me by talking over there? Then, he became more and more angry. His mouth is so sweet. What should I do? Should I greet him? Would it have the opposite effect of making a fool of himself? But if I don't greet him, will the teacher think of me? If I don't greet him, I'll be nervous. Will the teacher be dissatisfied with me? If I greet him, I'll be even more annoyed. Why should I imitate him? And the teacher's reaction after greeting him would trigger countless thoughts. If he was enthusiastic, it would be fine. If he was indifferent or ignored him, he would start to think again. And so on. I won't go into detail. And all of this should not have happened. Everyone went up together, handed in the name list, and came back immediately. There was no need to think about anything. But because of Zhuo Xiaoduo's words, it triggered all of this. It was a pressure even for adults, let alone a group of half-grown children. In the previous few matches, Zhuo Xiaoduo's opponents were almost all affected. And this move was an open and above-board trick. I can lower my face, can you? Even if you can, I'll be the first to take advantage of you. Even if you beat me to it, I can still say it better than you. When did Master Zhuo care about his face? As long as he could defeat his opponent, he would spare no effort. But the captain of Shui City First High School was not affected at all. He just stood there and waited calmly. There was no fluctuation in his heart at all. This was the first time that Zhuo Xiaoduo's trick had failed. Teacher, this is our name list. Please take a look. Zhou Yunqing strode forward with his head held high and handed over the name list with both hands. Okay. Ding Xiulan took it. Yunqing, you can do it. Thank you, teacher. Zhou Yunqing bowed and walked back. Zhuo Xiaoduo stood in front of his team and looked at Zhou Yunqing. He silently commented in his heart, I'm an old silver. He's as steady as an old dog. Damn it, I've met my opponent today. I won't fall in the final, right? After handing over the name list, both sides saluted each other and gave each other the greatest respect. Then, they returned to their seats and sat down, waiting for the battle to begin. Ding Xiulan stood up solemnly and said in a serious voice, the name list of the two teams is already in my hands. And this name list is not allowed to be changed. Ding Xiulan smiled. Now, it's up to the captains and vice-captains of the two teams to arrange their troops. Next, I announce that the first player from Phoenix City First High School is Vice-Captain Li Chenglong. Shui City First High School's candidate is Vice-Captain Yan Kuanglei. Ding Xiulan glanced at the name list for the second time. Her eyes flashed with surprise. She smiled and said, the lineups of the two teams are almost the same. For the first battle, they didn't send out their strongest captains. Instead, they sent out their second strongest vice-captains. It seems that they both want their vice-captains to take the first round and win. Unfortunately, their thoughts are the same, and their vice-captains met with each other. Next, let's see who will win and who will be the stronger one. The candidates for the first round indeed caused an uproar. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhou Yunqing also looked at each other thoughtfully. The two vice-captains stood out at the same time. However, Yan Kuanglei's momentum was like a glass of water compared to Li Chenglong's. The entire stands and the audience were a sea of people. Red flags fluttered, and they roared and cheered in unison. They were all Li Chenglong's fans. Brother Iron. Come on. Brother Iron. Victory. On the internet, the people who were watching the live broadcast spontaneously established a Iron God sect. This sect had only been established for a few days, but the number of people who joined had already exceeded the 10 million mark. It became a mudslide on the internet. Brother Iron, come on. Sect leader. Domineering. Sect leader is mighty, unifying the Jianghu. What beauty. Make her cry with one punch. Iron God sect, I'm lonely. Bachelor's kennel, 7 seas and 5 lakes. Ow 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 ow, woof 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 woof. Sect leader. Why did you hit a man this time? Change to another one. Sect leader, hit the little sister in the next battle. In the arena, shouts and whistles pierced through the clouds and fog. On the internet, words and phrases formed a tsunami. Iron God sect, Brother Iron, Li Chenglong, was the well-deserved sect leader that everyone had high hopes for. When the sect leader came out to fight, a group of followers cheered at the top of their lungs. This group of people were all single dogs. Every day, they were bootlickers but couldn't lick anything. They were the kind that got sick of eating dog food. Finally, they saw a Brother Iron who could grab a beauty and run wild. They immediately had a backbone. One by one, they waved their flags and shouted, shaking their heads and wagging their tails. At this moment, the Iron God sect's momentum was earth-shattering. Chapter 354. At this moment, Li Chenglong felt like he was missing a pair of sunglasses. Even his footsteps seemed to be in slow motion, intentionally or unintentionally. He walked out in a majestic and handsome slow-motion manner, step by step. It was really as if he was the god of gamblers entering the scene. However, his opponent did not intend to give him the chance to continue acting cool. He roared and rushed forward. The next moment, Li Chenglong smiled treacherously. His body suddenly sped up and with a spin, 3 Li Chenglong appeared. One swung his fist, one drew his sword and one kicked. It was Qin Fangyang's 5 directions sword mantra that Li Chenglong had learned and used. Before Yan Kuanglei blinked, he was still looking at his opponent's slow-motion performance amidst the cheers of his fans. Who would have thought that the situation would turn out like this in the blink of an eye? Fortunately, he had prepared himself mentally. The sword in his hand met the incoming sword and he leaned to the side to avoid the punch aimed at his nose. However, he did not manage to avoid the kick. He quickly put his legs together and twisted his buttocks. The kick that was supposed to land on his crotch landed heavily on Yan Kuanglei's buttocks. With a muffled bang, this kick sent Yan Kuanglei tumbling backwards. As the vice-captain, how could Li Chenglong make the mistake of losing focus in the face of an enemy? All the slow-motion moves earlier were just to bait the opponent into attacking and not being able to defend well. After succeeding in one move, Li Chenglong followed up with another attack. He punched, kicked, and swung his sword. His attacks were tyrannical and smooth. He was like a single dog that had left its nest. Although Li Chenglong had been taught the 5 directions sword mantra by Qin Fangyang and had some small achievements, this move required a lot of energy. With Li Chenglong's current cultivation level, he could only use it once and could not sustain it for a long time. However, after launching this move, not only was it unexpected, but they also gained the overwhelming advantage of 3 against 1. In an instant, they gained an overwhelming advantage. It was worth it. Yan Kuanglei's cultivation was roughly on par with Li Chenglong's. However, he had lost the upper hand right from the start and had fallen into a passive state. Li Chenglong did not have any intention of slowing down. His attacks became more and more concentrated, like a storm of attacks. Kill him while he's down. Yan Kuanglei was forced to retreat continuously. Suddenly, he let out an explosive roar. It was as if he didn't care about his life anymore as he charged out without a care for anything else. Immediately after, he charged forward, risking Li Chenglong's punches and kicks in order to regain some of the initiative. Otherwise, if he continued to be suppressed like this, he would definitely lose without any room for a comeback. When Li Chenglong saw this, he let out a loud roar and used all his strength. The sword in his hand was like a huge saber, and he used it to cleave a mountain. He used all his strength to meet the attack head-on. He remembered Zhuo Xiaoduo's warning, the opponent's sword, once it is out, there is no turning back. The most important thing is the momentum. You don't have as many tricks as I do. If you allow the opponent to unleash his sword aura, even if you can drag this battle out, you will still lose. When it comes to dealing with this kind of momentum, other than suppressing the opponent's attack from the start and taking the initiative, you also have to suppress the opponent's momentum. Even if the opponent uses a move that will injure both sides and force you to switch from offense to defense, you have to use a move that is even more tyrannical. You have to suppress the opponent and completely suppress the opponent's momentum. The key to this battle is to take the initiative at all times. No matter what, you can't let the opponent turn the situation back into a tie. Once you have the upper hand but lose, it will be your loss. And now, Li Chenglong was carrying out Zhuo Xiaoduo's words. You want me to give you a step back by charging at me? You think I won't dare to fight you with my life just because I have the upper hand? What a joke. You dare to fight me with your life, but do you think I don't dare to fight you with my life? With a loud clang, the two swords collided with each other in a crazy manner. With a bang, both swords shattered and turned into dust. Yan Kuanglei had poured all of his cultivation into this sword. He couldn't hold back his momentum, so he rushed forward again. Li Chenglong had also poured all of his cultivation into this sword. Seeing that Yan Kuanglei had no intention of retreating, he also rushed forward madly without dodging. Boom boom boom. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had already punched each other 17 or 18 times. Then, under the inertia of rushing forward, the two heads steeled their hearts and lowered their heads. The two heads used a posture similar to that of a bull's horn and collided with each other. Bang! It was a solid collision. This collision caused everyone's heart to skip a beat. It was too loud. Then, a strange scene appeared on the stage. The two of them suffered from each other's huge impact and fell back together. Then, Yan Kuanglei got up as if he was drunk and swayed in slow motion. Li Chenglong's situation was similar. He got up crookedly and his eyes became cross-eyed. Using a posture similar to that of a drunkard, he slowly twisted and turned on the stage. Puff! Ding Xiulan and the others spat out a mouthful of tea. These two idiots had actually knocked each other unconscious. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhou Yunqing's teams covered their faces with both hands. They really didn't dare to watch. On the stage, the two cross-eyed men's minds were full of stars. They spun around the stage like a drunkard and then fell down again. Sitting on the ground, they gasped for breath. Then, they didn't forget to focus their eyes and look around for their opponents. It was at this moment that blood spurted out from the top of their heads at almost the same time with a pu sound. On the internet, thousands of Iron God sect disciples were collectively dumbfounded. Sect Master! Sect Master, hold on! Sect Master's cross-eyed eyes are so cute, just like a husky. Sect Master! Sect Master is mighty, knocking over the opponent with one blow. Zhuo Xiaoduo took the lead and stood up. This match ends with a draw. Captain Zhou, do you have any objections? Zhou Yunqing hesitated and said, our chances of winning this match are less than 40%. If Captain Zhou can also end with a draw, we naturally have no objections. But we're taking advantage of you. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, that's fine. Look at these two idiots. They'll need at least an hour to recover. Can we afford to wait? Zhou Yunqing laughed and said straightforwardly, then we'll take advantage of them and end with a draw. Then, one person went up and dragged back the two cross-eyed men who were still slacking around. While being dragged away, the two of them bared their fangs and brandished their claws, shouting incoherently, hit. Hit hit hit. Duh duh duh. Whether it was on the stands or on the internet, laughter shook the sky. Sect Master is so cute. So Sect Master is not only ruthless to women, but also to men. It seems like he's even ruthless to himself. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. I just ate a mouthful of rice, but it all came out of my nostrils. What's your rice? The noodles I just ate are still hanging from my nostrils. You're too silly. You two idiots. Silly +1. Long live Sect Master Silly. I must keep the recording of this match well. If I'm unhappy in the future, I'll watch it again. It's so fun. It's enough for me to use for a lifetime. The first match ended with a draw. This result was more or less beyond everyone's expectations. Strictly speaking, Li Chenglong had the advantage from the beginning of the match. He had the upper hand, and his strategy and tactics were excellent. He didn't give his opponent any chance to turn the situation around. Unfortunately, his opponent was also a ruthless person. At the most critical moment, he headbutted Li Chenglong. At that moment, Li Chenglong's hands and feet were exhausted. If he had dodged, he could have dodged, but he would have lost the initiative. The situation was reversed, so he simply headbutted Yan Kuanglei's head. Because of this, both of them fell into a cross-eyed state. Therefore, to a large extent, this draw was won by Yan Kuanglei himself. Zhou Xiaoduo had a good impression of such a tough guy. Therefore, he didn't care about the slight difference and took the initiative to propose a draw. After Li Chenglong and Yan Kuanglei were dragged back, they were still rolling their eyes and shaking their heads. They even wanted to crawl around on the ground. The pills had been fed, the cold water had been poured on their heads, and even the medicinal liquid had been drunk. However, they were still in a muddled state. Yu Moyan simply put Li Chenglong on the ground and sat on Li Chenglong's butt, forcefully suppressing. On the other side, when they saw that this method was good, they followed suit and sat on Vice-Captain Yan Kuanglei's butt. When Ding Xiulan came out to announce the second match, she still couldn't help but smile. This didn't seem like a battle, but more like a crosstalk performance. The second match is between Phoenix City's second high school, Long Yusheng, and Water City's first high school, Ling Feishue. Long Yusheng held his sword and came out. On the other side, Ling Feishue's white clothes were like snow, and her long sword was like frost. Once she came out of the formation, she used the move of body and sword as one. Sword of no return. Before she came out of the formation, the sword's momentum was already formed. Dodge, block, retreat, all of these would only make her fall into a disadvantage. A fierce look flashed in Long Yusheng's eyes. His body tilted, and he turned into a white light with his sword. His long sword moved like a rainbow piercing the sun, and flew towards Ling Feishue's heart. Using sword against sword, using attack against attack. Zhou Yunqing and the other high martial arts teachers on the stage were all stunned. Ling Feishue's sword move could be said to be a routine, and it was one of the moves of Sword of No Return. However, Long Yusheng's move was no longer a routine move, but a battle formation killing technique. In a battle formation killing, there was no victory or defeat, only life and death. This move also came from Qin Fangyang's biting cold heart of the sword. Killing sword of life and death, the sword cuts life and death. Your sword doesn't return. Jian Wuhui. Your sword doesn't return, I have no regrets in life and death. Both sides used the move of body and sword as one. The speed of their attacks was also extremely fast. As the saying goes, in a battle between experts, victory or defeat was decided in an instant. This sentence was verified here. From the moment Ding Xiulan announced the start of the second match, the winner and loser were decided in less than 3 seconds. Puff puff. Ling Feishue's sword pierced through Long Yusheng's lower abdomen, all the way to the hilt, revealing more than 2 feet of the bloody sword behind him. On the other hand, Long Yusheng's sword pierced through Ling Feishue's chest, all the way to the hilt, revealing more than 2 feet of the sword behind him. At the most crucial moment, Long Yusheng's sword moved slightly to the side, revealing the vital point of the heart. However, this was a true battle of life and death. Chapter 355. On the field, off the field, on the viewing platform, everyone was stunned by this thunderous sword. Everyone could only feel their chests pounding, and they could clearly hear the sound of their hearts thumping. No one could make a sound for a moment. Only cold sweat dripped down from their foreheads. Over there. Zhou Yunqing jumped up from his seat and shouted, "Don't move. We admit defeat." Zhuo Xiaoduo also jumped up as if his butt was on fire. "Don't move." Zhuo Xiaoduo would not say anything about a draw this time. Because this time, Long Yusheng showed mercy at the last moment. If not, Ling Feixue would be a corpse now. And Long Yusheng was still alive. This was already the outcome of the battle. There was no room for excuses. And the reason why Zhou Yunqing admitted defeat was because of this. Now, the two were still close to each other. Their swords were still stuck in each other's body. At this time, both of them still had a considerable amount of energy left. Just a slight movement of their wrists and a slight release of their true essence would cause irreparable damage. Their eyes met. Long Yusheng smiled faintly, and his right hand let go of the sword hilt. Ling Feixue's face was cold, and her right hand also let go of her sword hilt. Admirable. The two almost spoke at the same time. Ding Xiulan flew over, and with an indescribable ingenious hand speed, she separated the two. Then, she drew out their swords along the wound, carefully and swiftly. There was no hesitation in the process. At this time, the more hesitant it was, the easier it was to ruin things. As the two swords left the body, blood gushed out. Ding Xiulan was still quick to respond. First, she put the two elixirs into their mouths, and then she sprinkled the top-grade golden sore medicine. Then, she took out two small bottles, one for each person, and poured it down. Then, with cold sweat on his forehead, he said, "These two kids. Why are they so violent? They directly decided the outcome of the battle with one move. This is a real life and death battle." Zhan Xiaofei sighed. There are countless accidents in the path of cultivation. Even if you have the elixir of immortality in your hands, if you don't have the opportunity, you can only watch death descend upon you. Fortunately, Long Yusheng's sword tip was slightly off at the last moment. Otherwise. Zhan Xiaofei shook his head and didn't continue. But everyone understood what he meant. Wanli Xiu was so scared that her whole body trembled. She carried Long Yusheng back. Her small face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Zhuo Xiaoduo shook his head and said, somewhat speechlessly, "Xiu, I've already checked for you. You're not destined to be a widow in this lifetime. Don't worry." When the people around heard this, they thought, what the fuck, although this kid is saying nice things, why are his words so unpleasant? However, to everyone's surprise, when Wanli Xiu heard this, her eyes actually lit up. She said excitedly, "Really?" Zhuo Xiaoduo shrugged. "You don't believe me? When have I ever lied to you? Even if Long Yusheng lied to you, I wouldn't lie to you, right?" "Yes, yes." Wanli Xiu nodded repeatedly. Her mood immediately stabilized a lot. Several high martial arts teachers looked at Wanli Xiu in confusion. Wanli Xiu was actually coaxed by Zhuo Xiaoduo's unpleasant words. They could not help but look at each other. "I won't have the life of a widow in this life." These words were actually used to comfort people. This was the first fucking time they heard it. And what did he mean by, even if Long Yusheng lied to you, I wouldn't lie to you? Her boyfriend was just nearby and had just been seriously injured. How could you say that? Were you really not here to poach her? Both of them were carried back. There were only 2 pools of blood left in the arena. It was a shocking sight. Phoenix City High School No. 2, 1 win and 1 draw. Based on the current situation, they had the advantage and had the upper hand. The third round, Phoenix City High School No. 2, Li Zhangming. Water City High School, Yuyan, When they heard the names of their opponents, everyone's spirits were lifted. However, they did not know how the two of them would fight in this round. Would they see that mysterious and unpredictable Great Dream Divine technique again? For the first time, Li Zhongming actually took out a long iron rod from his space ring. As he strode out, he casually swung the iron rod and a huge flower appeared. It was truly a spectacular sight and was pleasing to the eye. Dong! Li Zhongming propped the iron rod on the ground and said majestically, "Please." How could the crowd not understand? This guy was obviously not going to use the Great Dream Divine technique. He was going to use pure strength to win. Yu Yan was a petite and beautiful woman. She had a delicate figure and a delicate face. Paired with her snow-white clothes, she looked really lovely, making me feel pity for her. In her hand, there was a sharp sword. "Please." The sword flashed and Li Zhongming's rod was already whistling. The battle between the two of them was intense. They exchanged hundreds of moves in one breath, but there was no clear winner. It was hard to tell who was better. Yu Yan looked petite, but her toughness was unusually strong. Her swordsmanship was not like Yan Kuanglei and Ling Feishue's, where the sword was unstoppable. Instead, it was extremely soft and flexible. However, it was also different from Zhou Xiaoduo's drizzle swordsmanship. Her swordsmanship was dense and focused on offense. Her swordsmanship was more suitable for a woman's soft and delicate style. After 500 moves, Li Zhongming gradually felt that his strength was running out. He could not help but panic and thought to himself, "Am I going to lose twice in a row?" As the thought flashed through his mind, he suddenly swung his long rod 17 to 18 times. Then, he quickly turned around and threw the long rod in his hand in a spinning manner. His target was Yu Yan. Then, he raised his hands. Yu Yan had already sensed that Li Zhongming's attacks were gradually slowing down. She thought that Li Zhongming's strength was running out. Her strategy of using softness to defeat strength was working. However, she did not expect an unforeseen event to happen. First, there was a round of fierce attacks. Although it was not impossible to deal with, it temporarily limited her to one spot. Then, there was another rod that flew out of his hand. However, this was not a problem for Yu Yan. She still managed to dodge it. However, just as she was dodging, Li Zhongming casually threw 4 or 5 white gas at Yu Yan's face. Yu Yan tried her best to hold her breath. However, the white gas was colorless and odorless. It did not enter the body through breathing. Instead, it entered the body in a silent way. Seeing that Li Zhongming turned around and ran, Yu Yan was enraged. She changed from defense to offense and quickly chased after him. However, just as she jumped up, she felt dizzy and an irresistible drowsiness swept over her. On the other side, Li Zhongming was also in a wobbly state. However, he continued to throw out 2 more white gas. Obviously, he was taking precautions. Then, he fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Yu Yan was getting more and more dizzy. Finally, she could not hold on any longer and fell to the ground. Then, her eyes rolled back. She slowly lay down on the ground and fell into a sweet sleep. Everyone was speechless. This kind of operation that we don't understand is happening again. The Great Dream Divine Art was performing again. On the field, Li Zhongming was sleeping soundly. Yu Yan's breathing was light and gentle. She slept like a lady. After a long time, there was no intense battle like the one between Li Zhongming and Shimen Daqing. After a while, the smile on Li Zhongming's face turned strange. Yu Yan's face was also flushed red. As if she was very shy. After a long time. "Ah!" Yu Yan screamed and woke up. Li Zhongming, who was opposite her, also opened his eyes at the same time. His face was full of embarrassment. Yu Yan jumped up and pointed at Li Zhongming with a red face. You pervert. How could you do that? Li Zhongming was embarrassed. Cough, cough, cough. That was not that. Yu Yan-er's face was red and she stomped her feet. Suddenly, she covered her face and ran back. Li Zhongming had a silly smile on his face and did not speak for a long time. Everyone, including the referee, had a look of curiosity on their faces. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. Zhou Yunqing looked at Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Zhou Yunqing and smiled bitterly at the same time. How was this going to be settled? At that moment, no one knew how to settle the score. After all, they were not the ones involved. Who knew what kind of dream they had? The internet was in an uproar. What do you think Li Zhongming, this perverted fat single dog, did to the girl in his dream? I think that when the girl woke up and called him a pervert. I think it's not that simple. I don't need you to say it's not simple. Based on my experience as a single dog, this kid must have her in her dream. With my fifth limb, I personally agree with this deduction. This kid's smile is too perverted. He actually used his divine art to make the girl have a wet dream. What a bitch. I wonder what it was like in the dream. Did he really take it off? Tisk. One look and I know you're a pure single dog. In a dream, do you know the flow of time in a dream? Maybe in the dream, you've already given birth to a few children and spent your entire life with them. You're right. Once, I dreamt that I spent a few decades in my dream. It was so comfortable, but I can't remember the details. Anyway, it was comfortable. Of course it's comfortable in a sweet dream. If you continuously enter the bridal chamber in your dream, how could it not be comfortable? TSK. Chest lift, what a wonderful idea. How is this considered victory or defeat? The referees were also confused. Zhou Xiaoduo asked loudly, Li Zhongming. Tell me honestly, what did you do to her in your dream? Li Zhongming stuttered with an embarrassed look on his face. No, nothing. Nothing. Why did she run away with a red face? She even called you a pervert? Zhou Xiaoduo was full of righteousness and said sternly, tell me honestly. Otherwise, even if you're in the arena now and your opponent is no longer in the arena, I still can't declare you the winner. Zhou Yunqing suddenly raised her head and looked at Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo looked back calmly, his eyes as calm as water. Zhou Yunqing narrowed her eyes and said, Captain Zhou, this concerns a woman's reputation. You can't take it lightly. Zhou Xiaoduo said calmly, it's just a dream. How can it be real? Besides, it's a martial arts competition in the arena. It's all about skills. Chapter 356. But Li Zhongming's great dream divine technique can obviously control dreams. Zhou Yunqing's eyes were sharp. That's Li Zhongming's ability, and it's also a battle tactic. Zhou Xiaoduo was still indifferent. But in the end, it's still a dream. Even if it's a dream, you used a dream to humiliate a girl. What kind of battle tactic is that? Zhou Yunqing asked sharply. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled faintly. First, other than the two of them, no one knows what happened in the dream. Second, in this arena, there's only victory and defeat. There's no distinction between men and women. I've never thought that girls should be given preferential treatment in this arena. Third, if humiliating a girl can make her admit defeat and let us win, then I'll answer you directly. Then I can give you a clear answer. Yes, this is the way to fight. Zhou Xiaoduo raised his head and puffed out his chest. He said loudly, and the most important fourth point. I've never explicitly asked for Li Zhongming to win. But the fact is, your team members were no longer in the arena before the outcome was decided. This is an ironclad fact. Even if I insist that we won this round, I can still say that I'm in the right. But I didn't. This is already giving you leeway. Fifth, The reason why I emphasize this point is to prevent you from using your reputation to force Li Zhangming to admit defeat. And you did mention the two words reputation later. So I'm telling you clearly that this path won't work. Even if Li Zhangming admits defeat because he's embarrassed, as the team leader, I won't admit defeat. If you insist on using reputation to force Li Zhangming to admit defeat, I won't accept it. Zhuo Xiaoduo faced everyone and said, this is an arena, and also a battlefield. In the arena, there's only one opponent. In the battlefield, there's only one enemy. On the opposite side, Zhou Yunqing's face was ashen. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes were burning. He didn't back down at all. His aura was overwhelming. After a long time, Zhou Yunqing said softly, I shouldn't have talked about gender. The arena is the arena. This part is because my thinking is biased. I think that girls should be given preferential treatment. For this, I sincerely apologize. However, the judges will have to decide the outcome of the match. Just like how captains will refuse to admit defeat, I, Zhou Yunqing, also don't think that my team members have lost. Zhou Yunqing looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo. Both of them stared at each other, neither willing to back down. The two captains were unwilling to admit defeat, but they didn't have any concrete evidence to prove that they had won and convince everyone. The referees discussed for a while before Ding Shulan made the decision. This match ends in a draw. Do you have any objections? Zhuo Xiaoduo beamed with delight. Teachers, your eyes are indeed sharp. You were able to come up with a reasonable judgment in an instant. This student is impressed and has no objections. Actually, it doesn't matter. It's just that Captain Zhou has been a little conflicted about winning or losing. Ha, it's really not a big deal. Even if we lose this match, it doesn't matter. We can just fight back. All in all teachers have worked hard. No matter how well-mannered Zhou Yunqing was, she was still angered by him. Who was the one who was conflicted about winning or losing? However, in front of so many people, Zhou Yunqing had to take care of his face and demeanor. How could he quarrel with Zhuo Xiaoduo? He could only swallow his anger and cup his hands. Teacher's judgment is fair, we have no objections. She glanced at Zhuo Xiaoduo with a frown. For the first time, she felt that it wasn't easy to deal with this guy even if she had mentally prepared herself. Zhou Yunqing was a square person. His personality was completely different from Zhuo Xiaoduo's. She simply couldn't keep up with Zhuo Xiaoduo's thoughts. However, Zhou Yunqing's Fangzheng was a real Fangzheng. Therefore, he would always choose to be himself. He wouldn't keep tangling with Zhuo Xiaoduo. Even if he felt a little resentful, he would quickly get over it. Zhuo Xiaoduo was convinced by such a person from the bottom of his heart. He actually couldn't anger him. Master Zhuo felt very defeated, right? I didn't act like a hooligan. Li Zhangming was so angry that his face turned red. I didn't act like a hooligan. Sigh, that's not important. Zhuo Xiaoduo comforted him. Who asked you to drag a girl to sleep with you? That sentence was full of ambiguity. On the opposite side, Yu Yan, screamed, Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed out loud. However, there was a meaningful look in his eyes. Then, he patted Li Zhangming's shoulder. His words directly diverted this matter to the highest heavens. Since it was a draw, nothing else mattered anymore. Of course, if someone wanted to argue about it, they could argue about it. After interacting with each other for so long, Zhuo Xiaoduo had absolute faith in Li Zhangming's character. Besides, if Li Zhangming really wanted to act like a hooligan, why would he do it in front of a live broadcast? This was simply impossible. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't want to complicate things. The fourth round. Phoenix City No. 2 High School's candidate is Zhuo Xiaoduo. Water City No. 1 High School's candidate is Pai Yibao. Ding Shulan announced loudly. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed out loud as he walked onto the stage. Suddenly, the entire internet was in an uproar. The King of Swords is here. Oh! Roar. My king is mighty. My king, kick his crotch. Long live the king. After Zhou Xiaoduo won a few rounds in a row, he received a new nickname on the internet, King of Swords. The name sounded really domineering. Of course, it started off as crotch-kicking king. However, many people felt that it was indecent and changed it to cheap king. However, there were also people who suggested that the king's name shouldn't be so straightforward. Thus, it became the ultimate king of swords. Just as Zhou Xiaoduo stood still, Pai Yibao walked out with a frown on his face and said, I admit defeat. The king of swords, who was posing, almost spat out his saliva. This is the finals, how can you admit defeat just like that? Are you kidding me? He didn't know that after his fight with Lan Bingrui, Water City No. 1 High School came to a consensus. Except for Zhou Yunqing, no matter who went up against Zhou Xiaoduo, they had to admit defeat immediately. They didn't want to be beaten up. Moreover, they had to lose in an extremely aggrieved manner. It might even affect their martial arts heart. The loss outweighed the gain. Not to mention, it was too dangerous to fight against Zhou Xiaoduo. Those who didn't know the truth could still watch the show. However, everyone was an expert. What was the point of watching the show? The flaming sun scripture that Zhou Xiaoduo showed at the end could turn someone into a roasted suckling pig with one palm. What was the point of fighting? The fourth round, Phoenix City No. 2 High School wins. Currently, Phoenix City No. 2 High School. With 2 wins and 2 draws, No. 2 High School had the absolute upper hand. They only needed to win one more round to clinch the championship. The current situation of the two teams was that each of them had one person disabled. Long Yusheng on one side and Ling Feishue on the other, it was absolutely impossible for these two people to make a move during this period of time. As for the vice-captains of the two teams, they had almost recovered from their cross-eyed state. They both had the full combat strength of 5 people. Next was naturally the subsequent battle of the independent contestants. Zhou Yunqing couldn't help but frown. Every single one of his classmates were strong and talented, but compared to Phoenix City's second senior high school, other than Zhou Xiaoduo, the rest of them were basically on par with each other, with a 50% chance of winning. In this case, there were too many subtle methods that could affect the outcome of the battle. Especially the other team's captain, Zhou Xiaoduo. Basically, every word he said would imperceptibly increase the psychological pressure on the other side. Sometimes, Zhou Yunqing really felt that his side was at a disadvantage. What did it mean to fight 7 rounds? That was too many, okay? The other side had Zhou Xiaoduo, the expert in playing with words. Almost every moment, he opened his mouth to attack. Increasing the psychological pressure on our side increased their chances of winning by a little bit. This was really too much of a disadvantage. I'll go first in the independent battle. Zhou Yunqing said, if they send someone else, I can guarantee that I'll win the next round. But in the next round, the other side will definitely send Zhou Xiaoduo. If I try my best and take a chance, I might be able to disable Zhou Xiaoduo. After that, I'll have to rely on you guys to turn the tables. Even if I can fight Zhou Xiaoduo to the point where both of us are injured, I won't be able to fight anymore. If Zhou Xiaoduo directly enters the battle, then in short, the rest of the battle will depend on you guys. Captain, you can do it. Zhou Yunqing took a deep breath and felt a surge of pride in his chest. He stood up. He had a feeling that Zhou Xiaoduo would definitely not give him a chance to turn the tables. He would definitely enter the battle personally and end the battle as soon as possible. As expected. Zhou Yunqing had just stood up when he saw Zhou Xiaoduo standing on the stage with his clothes fluttering in the wind. Zhou Yunqing unsheathed his long sword and flicked the blade with his finger. With a clang, the long sword roared and the sword's aura soared into the sky. He walked over step by step, his momentum rising with each step. Zhou Xiaoduo looked unprecedentedly dignified. He said lightly, Captain Zhou, listen to my advice. Don't use weapons when you fight with me. As soon as this sentence came out, at least millions of people were speechless. Even the 6 referees didn't know whether to laugh or cry. All the students of Watertown No. 1 Middle School focused on swords. You want them to not use weapons? Do you want them to tie their hands and feet and let you beat them? Or just admit defeat? However, those who were familiar with Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately had a thought. This guy must be scheming again. Zhou Yunqing frowned. Why? Zhuo Xiaoduo turned his wrist and the cat spirit sword appeared in his hand. Under the sunlight, the clear sword reflected thousands of rays of light, as if there was a small sun in his hand. He stretched out his hand and the sword in his hand. He stretched it out in the air and said lightly, this sword of mine is called cat spirit. It is 3 feet long and weighs 8 ounces. This sword was given to my teacher by General Dongfang. Then my teacher gave it to me. Zhuo Xiaoduo said without blushing or panting, this sword is said to be made by the only divine craftsman in the continent, Master Wu Kezhu, 17,000 years ago. It can cut iron like mud and cut through hair. It is soft when it meets hard and hard when it meets soft. Its sharpness is recognized as the best in the world. Zhuo Xiaoduo said seriously, Captain Zhou, the famous sword in your hand might be a divine artifact, or at least, it's your beloved item, a spirit treasure that can be used for dual cultivation. But in terms of sharpness, it can't be compared with my cat spirit. If it is damaged, wouldn't it be a great loss? That's why I advise you not to use weapons when you fight with me. Or change to a sword. Even if it is damaged, you won't feel bad. You can avoid regret for life. Zhuo Xiaoduo said seriously, Captain Zhou, please think twice. This is just a competition. I don't want to cause you regret for life. On and off the field, the referees, the audience, the netizens in the live broadcast, and the whole country were speechless. Did I write until I feel weak all over? Please give me a recommendation ticket. I go home to rest. I feel like I have a cold. I can't turn on the air conditioner. In this weather, I am ready to get a heatstroke at any time. Chapter 357. Zhuo Xiaoduo's words seemed to make sense. He seemed to have good intentions. From the beginning to the end, he was thinking for Zhou Yunqing. She confided in him wholeheartedly and earnestly, and her feelings were sincere. However, Zhou Yunqing's combat power was basically on the sword in his hand. You want him to fight with you barehanded without a sword? Or change out his god-level weapon and use an ordinary weapon to fight against your god-level weapon? Isn't that asking for defeat? However, with these words, even if Zhou Yunqing continued to fight with his own sword, he would definitely pay extra attention to whether or not his sword was damaged. His mind would inevitably be distracted, and he would become more and more restrained. Before the battle even began, he had already lost by 30%. What was the point of fighting? It was you, Zhuo Xiaoduo, who used your mouth to win the finals. If Zhuo Xiaoduo hadn't said these words, Zhou Yunqing wouldn't have known anything. Even if his sword was damaged, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, with these words, this sword was given to him by Marshal Dongfang. This sword couldn't be ignored anymore. It actually had a foothold. I'm really speechless. Zhang Xiaofei frowned. Obviously, he was thinking hard. When did Marshal Dongfang mention this cat spirit sword? Ding Xiulan was also thinking. The cat spirit sword was recognized as the sharpest sword in the world. I don't think I've heard of it before. Logically speaking, such a sword should be famous all over the world. Cui Shangyan was deep in thought, wondering, is this for real? Could it be that I'm too ignorant? However, he directly said that it was Marshal Dongfang's sword in front of a national live broadcast. If it wasn't true, who would dare to say it? However, I heard that Zhuo Xiaoduo's original teacher, Qin Fangyang, was indeed under Marshal Dongfang's command in the past. They were quite close. Could it be that what Zhuo Xiaoduo said this time was actually true? At this moment, the one who felt the most uncomfortable was Zhou Yunqing. Although Zhou Yunqing had always been calm and upright, as the person directly involved, he also felt a toothache at this moment. If he could, he really wanted to grab Zhuo Xiaoduo and beat him up. No one is as despicable as you. Even if you're the Sword King, aren't you being too cheap? When he appeared, his habitual action of pulling out the sword and flicking it was immediately caught by the other party. From there, he deduced that the sword was his beloved item, which was why he said that. The students of Shuicheng No. 1 Middle School were famous for their swords. Naturally, they knew a lot about the famous swords on the continent. If there really was such a divine sword that was recognized as the sharpest sword on the continent, it was impossible that he didn't know its name and origin. Zhou Yunqing was almost certain that Zhuo Xiaoduo was talking nonsense when he said that it was a gift from General Dongfang, made by the best craftsman in the continent, and recognized as the sharpest weapon in the world. Even so, even though Zhou Yunqing knew that Zhuo Xiaoduo was using psychological warfare, Zhou Yunqing could not ignore it. What about the remaining 20%? What if it was true? His heart would ache for a few days if his sword were to be damaged. It was truly a beloved item. Even if the other party's sword was fake, the aura he had seen earlier was truly extraordinary. What if it was really sharp? What if it really damaged his treasured sword? But if he didn't use this sword, almost 80% of his kung fu would be gone. If he faced Zhuo Xiaoduo, he might not even be able to last 3 moves. After a moment of hesitation, Zhou Yunqing's complexion changed. At this moment, on the stage, a white-bearded teacher from Ancestral Dragon High School finally couldn't help but frown and say, "Zhou Yunqing, if this is the battlefield, the enemy has a peerless divine weapon in his hand. Would you give up the battle just to protect your beloved sword?" This sound was like the evening drum and morning bell, slowly ringing. Zhou Yunqing's chaotic state of mind was suddenly cleansed, and he suddenly woke up. His eyes became clear again, and he said in a deep voice, "Thank you, teacher, for your warning." That's right, what this teacher used just now was a famous cultivation method, severe warning. The other 5 judges all turned their heads, and their faces were full of shock. Especially teacher Ding Xiulan, who was also from Ancestral Dragon High School, looked at the referee teacher in disbelief. The whole audience was in an uproar. No matter how much Zhuo Xiaoduo talked and caused people to make mistakes, it was still a student competition, and it was the finals. In the finals, any way to destroy the opponent's confidence and morale was allowed by the rules. Because scheming was a part of one's strength. But this teacher suddenly opened his mouth and enlightened him with a severe warning, which was tantamount to directly intervening to help the other side. This could be said to be a big taboo, which made the competition lose its fairness, and at the same time, made the referee lose his neutral position. Zhuo Xiaoduo also felt a shock in his heart. Severe warning was helpful to Zhou Yunqing, because he was at a loss. When he woke up, it was like waking up from a dream, and his mind became more alert. But to Zhuo Xiaoduo, it was harmful. His heart was even shaken because of this. It was as if he was in a peaceful state, but suddenly encountered an earthquake, and he was in a trance. If he were to fight at this moment, his state of mind would definitely be unstable, and he would be flustered. He turned his head to look, and laughed, "Teacher, your cultivation is really good. Even your student feels that his state of mind has been greatly improved." The white-bearded teacher frowned and said, "Zhuo Xiaoduo, you don't have to be dissatisfied. I know that you have a problem with me, and think that I have ruined your strategy, but as a person, it's better to be upright. If you blindly rely on small tricks, even if you win, what's the point? The tricks you used are just small tricks, after all." The white-bearded teacher said in a sincere and heartfelt manner. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled indifferently, and his figure became more upright. His tone was unusually calm, and he said, whether it's small tricks or big tricks, it has nothing to do with the competition at hand. And now, I just want to say, teacher, you have ruined the fairness of the competition. I respect you as a teacher, but you are now in the referee's seat, and your severe warning is creating unfairness, and you have lost your neutral position as a referee. As far as this competition is concerned, all I want is to win. It doesn't matter if it's a big or small trick, all I want is to be the champion. Even if it's a small trick, as long as it can help me win, it's a good trick. What does it have to do with big tricks? At least in this competition, no matter what tricks we use, they are our own tricks, and we are fighting each other. Although I am only a student, I would like to raise a protest. I protest that the referee is unfair. Zhuo Xiaoduo's expression turned cold. His attitude had always been gentle and polite, and he was especially respectful to his teachers. He was polite and considerate, and there was no lack of etiquette. No one would have thought that at this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo would burst out with such a lofty aura. He actually pointed out that the referee was unfair in front of everyone, and in front of the national live broadcast. He bluntly raised a protest. Whether it was the teachers or the audience, they were all shocked and indescribable. They asked themselves, if they were in the same situation, what would they do? More than 99% of the people would only take advantage of the situation and continue to fight. They would not directly say anything and offend their teachers. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo chose to say it directly, and he pointed it out directly, without any hesitation. I respect you as a teacher because I have always been full of admiration and respect for my teachers, but it is also because of this that I especially respect the profession of a teacher. Then, you have done something unfair, and you have destroyed my respect for the profession of a teacher. How can I not say it? Zhuo Xiaoduo even felt that he had said it too lightly. The white-bearded teacher's expression suddenly changed, and a cold look flashed in his eyes. He said in a low voice, but all your previous actions, aren't they creating unfairness? Zhuo Xiaoduo said lightly, the so-called fairness varies from person to person, from time to time, and from place to place. What time is it now? What place is it now? Now, it was time for the finals of the grand competition. Scheming and tricks have always been a part of one's strength, and I don't think it's unfair for me to be in the same team. After all, what I can do, others can do as well. How can this be unfair? Perhaps in your opinion, my actions are biased, and you define it as unfair. However, the rules of the competition do not explicitly state that participants are not allowed to speak to affect their opponents. However, it's clearly stated that your actions are a violation of the rules. Zhuo Xiaoduo stood tall and straight, and his gaze did not flinch at all. He looked at the teacher and said loudly, so, I am not wrong. That is, you are unfair. The whole world was shocked. The team leader of the Longhu list actually had the overall advantage in the finals, and when the champion was about to be in his hands, he directly pointed out that the referee was unfair. Ding Xiulan and the others were also dissatisfied, but this dissatisfaction was not directed at Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhang Xiaofei laughed coldly, Gu Yuanhang, why did you interrupt the competition? Give me a reason. Cui Shangyan was also extremely dissatisfied. After so many competitions, this is the first time such a thing has happened. Brother Gu, I should say that you are impulsive, what else is there? Gu Yuanhang snorted coldly, and with a pale face, he said coldly, I have a clear conscience. Ding Xiulan's face was complicated. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she did not say anything. She only looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo with a little guilt. At this moment, a cold voice in the stand said, Gu Yuanhang, you have a clear conscience. How can you say that? If you did not have a death feud with my Kunlun Dao sect, would you do this? Gu Yuanhang shouted angrily, who? Me. The clouds in the air suddenly dispersed, and Mu Yanyan's graceful figure appeared in midair. Her expression was cold, and she said coldly, Gu Yuanhang, ask yourself honestly, is it true? Gu Yuanhang retorted angrily, no. Mu Yanyan was furious, no. do you dare to swear to the great way of heaven? If it were not for Zhuoxiaoduo's starry steps, dragon gate kick, and star-picking palm involving the Kunlun Dao sect, would you be reprimanded? Helping one and hurting the other? Why, do you think that with your identity as a referee, Zhuoxiaoduo will be like an ordinary student, swallowing his anger and letting you do whatever you want? Chapter 358. Mu Yanyan pointed her finger in the air and shouted, "If you have a grudge, you can come at the Kunlun Taoist sect. What's the point of showing your power to a child? I will report this matter." Gu Yuanheng's face turned pale. The Great Way of Heavenly Sound Alliance. He really didn't dare to do that, because as Mu Yanyan said, he was selfish. Mu Yanyan snorted and looked at Zhuoxiaoduo below with cold eyes. Her fingers quietly clenched into fists. Zhuoxiaoduo's legs went soft for some reason, and he curled up into a ball. He was so scared that he stuttered, "Mu. Mu." He wanted to say hello to Teacher Mu, but before he could say it, Mu Yanyan snorted, "You wait." Then she turned into a white cloud in the air and drifted away. Obviously, she had gone far away. Zhuoxiaoduo broke out in cold sweat. He thought silently, after this battle, should I run away from home immediately? As Mu Yanyan's figure went away, the whole place was silent. Gu Yuanheng's face gradually turned pale. He was being slapped in the face. Just as Mu Yanyan said, Gu Yuanheng dared to do this because he was confident. Gu Yuanheng was sure that Zhuoxiaoduo would not dare to expose this matter in public, or even pursue this matter. After all, his warning to Zhou Yunqing was done in the image of a kind and benevolent elder. In the eyes of outsiders, his intention was good, to guide the student. As long as he was not exposed on the spot, he would be fine. All the follow-up and comments on the internet could be suppressed with this reason. But what he didn't expect was that everything went against his wishes. This Zhuoxiaoduo's thoughts and actions were different from all the students he imagined. He really flipped the table in front of everyone's eyes and the national live broadcast. This was an unprecedented thing, and it led the situation to the worst situation. In a calm situation, an atomic bomb suddenly exploded. Thunder on the ground. Ding Xiulan's face was very ugly at this moment. At this moment, she even wanted to kill Gu Yuanheng. In the finals, he sided with one side and was exposed on the spot. The most terrible thing was that the biased person was a referee. And what gave Ding Xiulan the most headache was that Gu Yuanheng was the teacher of ancestral dragon high martial arts. And the most serious thing was that when Gu Yuanheng spoke, Ding Xiulan also cared about the face of ancestral dragon high martial arts and didn't expose it on the spot. She also thought that Zhuoxiaoduo might not dare to expose it. But Zhuoxiaoduo didn't feel wronged at all and exploded directly. And there were masters of Kunlun Taoist sect watching martial arts masters who directly flipped the table directly. Even if Zhuoxiao had 10,000 more guts, he would never choose Ancestral Dragon High Martial School to further his studies. Then, what was the point of all his previous efforts? It was all in vain because of the subtle state of mind caused by Gu Yuanheng's personal grudges. Gu Yuanheng. Thinking of this, Ding Xiulan could no longer hold it in. She flew into a rage, her eyes red. Get out! Get! Of you! From the moment you spoke, you no longer have the right to stand on the referee's seat. When I return to the school, I will report this matter to the principal. Gu Yuanheng, you can't run away. You must pay the price for what you did today. Ding Xiulan felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. A student who was destined to become a legend. At the beginning of the legend, he would forever be separated from the school, creating an indelible and unresolvable estrangement and even hatred. Ding Xiulan had already made a comprehensive plan for Zhuoxiaoduo's future, including how to protect him in the future, how to gain experience, how to go out for real and safe adventures. She had already formed a plan in her heart, detailed and long-term. With regards to Zhuoxiaoduo's future achievements, Ding Xiulan had high hopes for him. She even thought that as long as Zhou Xiaoduo grew up, his future achievements might even be above the four great generals. Zhou Xiaoduo might even reach the level of the left and right heavenly kings. He was a legendary seed whose name had shocked the world for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Just like that, he was pushed away without a trace by a sudden sentence, and there was no possibility of recruiting him anymore. Ding Xilan only felt that her heart was broken into pieces. Cui Shangyan and Zhang Xiaofei stood up at the same time, their faces solemn. We all agree that Gu Yuanhang is no longer suitable to be a referee, and we request for his dismissal. The two of them had solemn expressions on their faces, but in their hearts, they were laughing like flowers. They were really overjoyed. What Ding Xilan was thinking now was exactly what they were thinking. In this way, how could Zhou Xiaoduo go to Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts? That was absolutely impossible. And a genius like Zhou Xiaoduo would definitely not go to an ordinary high martial arts. Excluding Ding Xilan, who was his nemesis, and the Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts that she represented, Zhou Xiaoduo only had two choices left: High Martial Arts or Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts. This Gu Yuanhang was truly a good person. He had directly eliminated Ding Xilan, who had a higher chance of succeeding than the others. The two of them almost hugged each other and sang a song of friends. Yes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. At least at this moment, they were the closest friends and comrades in arms. The two of them even wanted to toast to Gu Yuanhang. Bro, you're too awesome this time. Facing Ding Xilan, we really have no confidence. That woman looked like she was determined to win, and most importantly, she really did most of her work. She did it to the point that Zhou Xiaoduo going to Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts was almost a foregone conclusion. But Gu Yuanhang's sudden shout made all of it disappear. Ha 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 ha. Cui Shangyan and Zhang Xiaofei looked at each other and started to calculate their own advantages. This guy in front of us is nothing to worry about. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, but now that we don't have a common enemy, an enemy is just an enemy. Ding Xilan's estimation of Zhou Xiaoduo's future was very high, but Cui Shangyan and Zhang Xiaofei's estimation of Zhou Xiaoduo's future was not too far off. Such a monstrous genius, what he lacked now was only space for growth. Once he reached the god-reigning level, he would basically be unrivaled. The so-called legend, today was already the beginning, and the future was just around the corner. The other two judges also expressed their opinions. After the discussion, the organizing committee decisively sent someone to invite Gu Yuanhang down. Here's an explanation. If I don't explain, I'm afraid that someone will lead the discussion. Reality is like this: in a major occasion, if someone important makes a mistake, as long as no one points it out on the spot, everyone will pretend to be deaf and wait for the internal department to deal with it. But once someone points it out on the spot, it will be a major incident, and the others can't pretend to be deaf and mute, then they will deal with it fairly. But if I don't explain, someone will lead the discussion and say something about the protagonist's halo. Gu Yuanhang's face was gloomy, and he glared fiercely at Zhou Xiaoduo, snorted, and left. He actually didn't return to the hotel, but flew up into the sky and returned to Shangjing alone. At this moment, Gu Yuanhang didn't know, nor could he imagine, that his return journey was actually a trip to hell. The assassinations he encountered along the way were like locusts. Of course, this is all in the future, let's talk about it later. After Gu Yuanhang left, Ma Zhangxi, who was nearby, took his place and became the new judge. The finals continued. At this moment, Ding Xilan, who was at the judge's seat, had a look of boredom on her face. What's the point of me watching this competition? She put down her phone. Just as they were discussing how to deal with Gu Yuanhang, Ding Xilan had already sent a message to the principal of Ancestral Dragon High School. On the chat page, there were more than 200 messages. Including Zhou Xiaoduo's life, understanding, talent, future plans, and so on. Everything, no matter how big or small, was reported first. There were as many as 56 pieces of information in the report. The remaining 200 or so comments were all scolding Gu Yuanhang. The last sentence was especially ruthless. If you don't deal with Gu Yuanhang and don't satisfy me, I will resign and become a teacher wherever Zhou Xiaoduo goes to school. The principal of Ancestral Dragon High School, who was in a meeting, was dumbfounded. He watched as his phone vibrated on the desk. It vibrated all the way from the center of the desk to the other side, and then fell to the ground with a click. Then, it buzzed all the way on the ground. It vibrated on the smooth floor for more than 10 meters before it stopped. Who offended this great aunt again? It's a message from teacher Ding Xiulan. The principal, Bai Mei Xian, moved and looked at the vice principal helplessly. The vice principal's expression changed, and his beard trembled. He held his stomach with his hand and said, "Principal, my stomach hurts, I think I ate something bad this morning." "What the hell, stomach hurts? You're in trouble." The principal rubbed his temples and looked like he had a headache. Ding Xiulan was the great-granddaughter of the first principal of Ancestral Dragon High School. She was also the only daughter of the current head of the martial arts department. She was also the daughter-in-law of the fourth principal. As the seventh principal, the current principal suddenly had the urge to resign. He didn't even want his phone anymore. He didn't want to see what the message was. If it was good news, it was impossible to send hundreds of messages in a row, right? It had to be reported face to face for the best effect. Since it wasn't good news, it could only be bad news, and it was super bad news. Judging from the mobile frequency, there should be at least 200 messages. The real intention of this action was to vent his anger that he couldn't control but had no place to vent at the moment. "Let me see the phone." The principal rubbed his head and sighed. The impulse only lasted for a moment. As the principal, he had to do what he had to do. He had to face what he had to face. South G City. In the arena. The battle that was temporarily put on hold was restarted. Zhou Xiaoduo stood with his sword and said solemnly, "Captain Zhou, today's battle between you and me has nothing to do with what happened before. Please focus on the battle." Zhou Yunqing said indifferently, "Teacher Gu Yuanhang's warning did create unfairness. I admit it. It's an indisputable fact. However, in the end, he still helped me. I will accept this favor." Zhou Xiaoduo said, "I hope it won't affect your state of mind. Focus on the battle." Zhou Yunqing smiled gently. "Same here. You were angry just now. I hope you won't affect your state of mind and focus on the battle." Zhou Xiaoduo sighed. "Old Zhou, you're such a gentleman. I don't want to trick you anymore. To be honest, I hate people like you the most in a battle. However, after the battle, we can still be friends." Zhou Yunqing laughed heartily. "It's not bad to be friends. However, if you want to be friends with me, I'm afraid you have to be mentally prepared for my constant preaching." Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. His face turned ugly as he said, "Then forget it." With Zhou Yunqing's personality and Zhou Xiaoduo's personality clashing, if they really wanted to be friends, it would be like Zhou Xiaoduo bringing along a homeroom teacher. Just thinking about it made him tremble. Chapter 359. Zhou Yunqing laughed heartily. "In order to show my respect for you, I will fight you fair and square. I will fight to my heart's content." Zhou Xiaoduo said solemnly, "This time, I will use my real trump card and fight you with all my strength." "Same to you." Zhou Yunqing smiled and said, "I have no complaints." "Captain Zhou, please." Zhou Yunqing raised his long sword and a cold light shone. He was wearing a long white robe and stood straight. The tip of his sword was pointed downwards. This was the highest etiquette of swordsmanship, to make friends with the sword. Zhou Xiaoduo placed his long sword in front of his chest. His flat chest was facing the tip of his nose. He returned the etiquette, "This sword is like the heart." "Good." Zhou Yunqing let out a long cry. His white robe fluttered as he soared into the sky. He flew back 30 meters in the direction behind him. He held his long sword and stood in mid-air with a sincere look on his face. This was the sincerity of the heart, the sincerity of the sword, and the sincerity of the Tao. When the heart rises, thousands of soldiers will be cut. When the thought moves, thousands of souls will fly. When a man fights, his sword will not return. Zhou Yunqing chanted softly in the air. His whole person became as dazzling as the sword light and even more resolute. Then, his long sword turned into a stream of light and disappeared from the sky. When it reappeared, it had crossed 100 meters and was in front of Zhuo Xiaoduo. His sword was in front and his body was behind. His gaze was as resolute and sharp as a sword. It was unstoppable. Behind him, a vague black hole appeared. No return sword. Zhuo Xiaoduo waved the long sword in his hand to his heart's content. Endless drizzle filled the space. Zhuo Xiaoduo's figure disappeared in the dense curtain of rain. Zhuo Xiaoduo's figure had disappeared into the dense curtain of rain. The drizzle was like a trace, drifting in the air. Every drizzle was an extremely fine sword qi. Under the infinite intertwining, it was dense and endless. Because of this, Zhuo Xiaoduo's body seemed to have completely disappeared, but at the same time, he was everywhere. Zhou Yunqing's dazzling sword light broke through the rain like a bolt of lightning. As it advanced, it once again flew up into the sky. With a turn that was almost invisible to the naked eye, its aura increased by 30%. The majestic sword qi immediately cut the air above the arena into pieces. Even from the perspective of the live broadcast, it could be seen clearly. A streak of white light descended rapidly and rushed into the rain and mist again. Although everyone could only see a patch of rain and fog, Zhou Yunqing's sword heart was clear at this moment. He could clearly sense Zhuo Xiaoduo's position. He had a clear target. At this moment, Zhou Yunqing's essence, qi, God, force, and spirit had all become one. He had actually entered a strange state that he had never entered before. He had even forgotten about victory and defeat, forgotten about karma. His entire being was filled with a strange mood. He finally comprehended the true essence of the no-return sword. In his ears, there seemed to be thousands of comrades shouting, "Charge!" In his eyes, there seemed to be tens of thousands of people looking at him. Charge! He completely understood why there was no return after the sword was drawn. Because there was no return. Behind him were his comrades. Behind him was his home. Behind him were his parents. Behind him were his wife and children. Therefore, a man could not return. Therefore, there was no return after the sword was drawn. How could a man return if he did not wipe out all his enemies? An indescribable murderous aura suddenly erupted in the rain and fog. This murderous aura gave people the feeling that they had gone to a battlefield where thousands of horses and thousands of soldiers were charging and killing each other. That kind of desperation. That kind of heroism. A few high martial arts teachers stood up in shock. Ding Xiulan's eyes were full of shock. Zhou Yunqing has broken through. He actually broke through the third realm of the no-return sword in this kind of finals battle. Is this a coincidence? Is it inevitable? Or is it luck? The continuous rain and fog had already begun to disperse. However, following Zhuo Xiaoduo's long howl, there was suddenly another phenomenon in the rain and fog. That was, there were additional raindrops. In the rain and fog, there were countless sparkles and translucent crystals. What followed was a scorching aura. Pieces of starlight flickered in the air. Slowly, the area within 100 meters was filled with sparkling starlight. Zhuo Xiaoduo really went all out at this moment. He fully activated the starry sky steps and the drizzle sword. He even added the incomplete drizzle sword. The original true origin energy could no longer counteract Zhou Yunqing's desperate aura. Zhuo Xiaoduo had no choice but to activate the Flaming Sun Sutra. It could be said that Zhuo Xiaoduo had used all the trump cards that he had revealed so far to deal with Zhou Yunqing. However, Zhou Yunqing's sword aura was becoming more and more intense, more and more desperate, and more heroic. Even though Zhuo Xiaoduo counterattacked with all his might, his eyes were unprecedentedly clear and steady, he still could not counter Zhou Yunqing. Water City First High School. Principal's office. A person who only had half of his body stood straight and upright like a sword. He would rather break than bend. It was the former principal of Water City First High School, the former general of the Southern Army, Gu Qianfan. Behind him, there were 6 other teachers. They were all standing straight and staring at the screen. Water City First High School was different from other schools. No matter what they did, as long as they could still stand, they would not be in any other position. Therefore, when they were watching the competition, everyone stood and watched. Gu Qianfan quietly stared at the screen in front of him. On the screen, it was the scene of Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhou Yunqing's battle. Gu Qianfan's eyes were sharp. He was gratified and emotional. Yunqing has broken through. A few teachers exclaimed in excitement. Gu Qianfan's eyes became sharper. A breakthrough. Yes, it was a good thing. However, the sword of no return was different from other sword techniques. It had to be sublimated in battle. This was a sword to kill the enemy. It was also a sword of no return. Breaking through at this time was not necessarily a good thing. At least, it was not a good thing for Zhou Yunqing. A breakthrough in sword intent required a suitable opponent to help train and complete the breakthrough. If the opponent was defeated before the breakthrough was completed, it meant that the breakthrough was incomplete. However, if the opponent was defeated by the opponent, the breakthrough was equivalent to a failure. Because, if the heart of the sword was broken, how could the sword realm continue? It was like crossing a bridge. One could cross the single-plank bridge in one go, but the bridge broke halfway. What should one do? Gu Qianfan would call back all the students in this realm and choose a suitable teacher to fight with. Only when the breakthrough was completed could one completely stabilize the heart of the sword and truly break through. This was the most crucial step. It was also the most dangerous step on the path of an expert who practiced the no-return sword. It's okay. Gu Qianfan looked at the screen. That Zhuo Xiaoduo was indeed a genius. Although he was at a disadvantage, he was still not defeated and could even counterattack. This kind of counterattack in adversity stimulated Zhou Yunqing's sword intent even more, making it more intense, explosive, and heroic. Very good. Gu Qianfan's eyes were filled with emotion. Yunqing met a good opponent. This is a coincidence. If she can use this to complete her breakthrough, it will be much stronger and better than your sparring partner's breakthrough. A teacher said, this Zhuo Xiaoduo has always been cunning and unscrupulous. Will he? Shut up! Gu Qianfan shouted. His gaze was unusually sharp. Now, as long as Zhuo Xiaoduo retreats, Yunqing's breakthrough will be interrupted. She will die prematurely and give up halfway. With Zhuo Xiaoduo's swordsmanship attainments, do you think he doesn't understand this? If he insists on not retreating, he is helping Zhou Yunqing. In every battle before, Zhuo Xiaoduo chose the most correct way to fight. He maximized his advantages and targeted his opponent. However, he has never used this method to forcefully attack. Do you know why? This is already the most detailed evidence. Zhuo Xiaoduo is helping Yunqing's breakthrough. This is a huge favor. Our Shui city must remember this. Not only is he helping, he is also constantly sharpening and stimulating Yunqing's upper limit. This is something that all the teachers in our school can't do. This is because they will always hold back against Yunqing and make Yunqing feel that they are invincible. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo is different. The current situation is that Yunqing is suppressing Zhuo Xiaoduo. If Zhuo Xiaoduo retreated, he would naturally be able to defend himself. However, he did not retreat. He was betting his own safety on Yunqing's opportunity to break through. Only in this way, only such an opponent, a true opponent, can the no-return sword that belongs to Zhou Yunqing be activated. Only then will it be the true no-return sword. If it were you sparring with him, he wouldn't have been able to unleash such a killing intent, such a tragic and heroic aura. This is also the biggest flaw of our school's students all these years. For Zhou Yunqing to be able to break through in this competition, it is his greatest fortune. Because he met the right person. If he misses this opportunity, he will never have another one in his life. Gu Qianfan said heavily, "This child is very good. Very good. Can't you see it? Even if we don't talk about swordsmanship, with his cultivation of the Flaming Sun Sutra, he only needs to gather and activate it. With a single palm strike, he can easily interrupt Yunqing's breakthrough." However, he was still using his sword to fight, stimulate, and fulfill his wish. In this society, there is still such an opponent who is worth making friends with for the rest of his life and cherishing for the rest of his life. Gu Qianfan's words were not only seen by him, but also by the referees. Even if they didn't understand at first, with their level, how could they not see it after observing for a period of time? Everyone was watching the battle carefully with wide eyes. They didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. Everyone was praying. They had even forgotten about the victory or defeat that they should be most concerned about. It was because the victory or defeat of this match, compared to the height that Zhou Yunqing could reach, was no longer important, insignificant. Zhuo Xiaoduo, you must hold on. You must hold on. Don't be jealous. You must continue to activate it. You are now activating an unprecedented genius in swordsmanship. You may even activate it to a height that even the creator of the no-return sword could not reach. Because the opponent was right. Just as Gu Qianfan said, Zhuo Xiaoduo did indeed see it. He also knew that Zhou Yunqing was experiencing a rare moment of enlightenment in swordsmanship. Chapter 360. Just as Gu Qianfan had said, if Zhou Yunqing made it through, he would be a brilliant and peerless genius. But if Zhuo Xiaoduo were to take a step back, he would forcefully interrupt this sword Dao comprehension. If he continued to fight, he would be able to trigger it. However, perhaps everyone had placed their attention on Zhou Yunqing and completely neglected the risk that Zhuo Xiaoduo had to bear at this time. Zhuo Xiaoduo was dancing on the tip of a knife. He was in mortal danger at every moment. It should be noted that Zhou Yunqing was currently in a state of epiphany in the sword Dao. The swordsmanship that he displayed was completely different from what he usually displayed. His combat strength had not only doubled, but he was also unconscious. In other words, the Zhou Yunqing that Zhuo Xiaoduo was facing was a Zhou Yunqing whose strength had doubled, and who did not know how to show mercy. At this moment, even if Zhuo Xiaoduo were to be crushed by his sword, he wouldn't know that the current him only had the word attack in his mind. His ferocious attacks were relentless and relentless. Zhuo Xiaoduo not only did not retreat, but also counterattacked with all his strength to stimulate Zhou Yunqing's sword essence. If he did not have enough strength, he would use the Flaming Sun scripture to make up for it. Since you met me by chance at this moment, I will give you a hand and send you to the top. Drizzle sword, 5-direction sword. Zhuo Xiaoduo used more than 10 different swordsmanship in the process of fighting. They rolled out, and the magnificent sword light covered the entire arena. As the battle dragged on, Zhuo Xiaoduo's swordsmanship gradually became more and more proficient even though it was meant to help Zhou Yunqing to the greatest extent. His swordsmanship was refined to the point where it flowed freely. He even refined his sword heart and sword qi, making them extremely sharp, battle intent, and murderous intent extremely pure. Water City First High School. Gu Qianfan saw Zhou Yunqing's dragon-like sword qi gradually take on a lofty appearance. The fierce and heroic sword qi almost soared into the sky and swallowed the rivers and mountains. Finally, he clapped his hands. Good. It's done. It's finally done. At this point, the epiphany this time had already reached a perfect stage. However, Zhou Yunqing was still in that chaotic state of epiphany. The sword qi of his longsword was still circulating like a giant dragon in the sea of clouds. His might was increasing rapidly. After reaching this step, the depth of your foundation has already surpassed mine in the past. It has surpassed mine by more than a single level. Gu Qianfan's eyes lit up. Not bad, not bad. You must remember to thank Sui Xiaoduo properly in the future. This is a huge favor. Everyone nodded in unison. Gu Qianfan took a deep breath and said, so far, it has reached the consummate realm, without any flaws. However, if I could go one step further, if I could stimulate the murderous aura of the no-return sword. It would be a higher level, a dreamlike achievement. But it's really. Just as he said this, his eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. In his eyes, besides disbelief, there was also uncontrollable ecstasy. He cried out involuntarily, this. How could he do this? This is equivalent to using his own life as a bet to help Yunqing. How can we thank him for such a high friendship? I can't feel it anymore, no more. Gu Qianfan, the old principal, was so excited that his eyes were red and brimming with tears. Because on the screen, Sui Xiaoduo, who had been attacking, changed his sword technique again. The originally sharp attack surged again, like the Yangtze River counterattack. That fierce murderous aura, wave after wave of continuous attacks, almost passed through the screen and shone on everyone's faces. The murderous aura was dense, and the sword qi was awe-inspiring. The waves rolled up thousands of miles of snow, and the tide hit thousands of feet of ice. Zhou Yunqing's sword qi, which had gradually calmed down, was stimulated by the sword qi and murderous aura. It instinctively became violent, and the instinctive murderous aura was awe-inspiring. It fiercely counterattacked and counterattacked. No matter if it was Water City First High School or the referee on the stage, all of them were watching intently at this moment, holding their breaths, and paying full attention. Now that the qi had changed to this point, this battle was no longer a battle of victory or defeat. It had evolved into a battle of life and death. As long as there was a moment of carelessness, life and death would be decided. There would be no more luck, and no one would be able to save him in time. Zhou Yunqing was still completely unconscious. His body and mind were immersed in the instinctive epiphany of breaking through the realm. There was only carefree feeling, no victory or defeat, life or death, and no cause or effect. Now, the only one bearing all the pressure was Sui Xiaoduo. All the pressure was on Sui Xiaoduo's shoulders. Sui Xiaoduo's body and mind were under pressure, and the pressure was multiplied. He was already sweating, but he still did not relax. People like Zhou Yunqing could be said to be very rare in today's society, and there was no one like him. Since you met me by chance, and since you had such an opportunity in the battle with me, then I will send you to the top. And as high as I can send you, I will send you as high as I can. In the future, there should not be a single outstanding person, but a group of heroes and a gathering of stars. Zhou Yunqing, I hope you will be even more brilliant. In Sui Xiaoduo's hands, the cat spirit sword turned into a rain curtain, into a gale, into a blizzard, into a star dot with a mercury-like attack, with a bone-chilling murderous aura. He stimulated Zhou Yunqing's no-return sword. The pressure was increasing. The current Zhou Yunqing, compared to the Zhou Yunqing who had just started the battle, was more than 10 times stronger. If the current Zhou Yunqing were to fight with Lan Bingrui, who was fighting with Sui Xiaoduo previously, he would be able to kill her in one strike. It would be a clean cut, and there would be no luck. As the murderous aura grew thicker and thicker, the collision of their moves became more and more dangerous. Gradually, it climbed to the point where blood and qi were faintly visible. Enough. Now, it has greatly exceeded my expectations, and it has far exceeded my expectations. Gu Qianfan's straight body showed a rare sign of trembling, and he was filled with emotion. No return sword had finally reached a higher level today, and it was even a huge leap, an extreme leap. Zhou Yunqing would definitely surpass him, and even become the number one in the no-return sword. It would reach a level that no one had ever reached before. You can stop now. It has reached the limit, and it has exceeded the limit of my knowledge. Gu Qianfan muttered to himself, and he did not dare to blink. It was as if their hearts were connected. It was also at this time that Zhou Xiaoduo let out a long howl. The spirit cat sword was brandished rapidly. In the blink of an eye, 999 slashes were unleashed like a torrential rain. After he made his move, his whole body bloomed with a glaring fire, like a small sun, and emitted a rolling heat wave. It rushed to the sky, and it was like a fire essence in the sky, covering the sky. In one breath, it rushed to a height of 200 meters, and it was still rising. It was obvious that he intended to leave the battle area and end this dangerous battle. Then, a voice came from afar, "Teacher Ding, Teacher Ma, it's done. Please help guide Zhou Yunqing to regain his qi, and everything will be fine." Needless to say, the 6 referees had already jumped out at the same time. Each of them made a move, and restrained Zhou Yunqing, who was still waving his sword in the air. They all moved slowly, and gradually guided Zhou Yunqing back to the stage, until the end. Ding Shulan used a move that almost did not have any energy fluctuation, and removed the last bit of Zhou Yunqing's strength. Zhou Yunqing finally stood on the stage again, and his feet touched the ground again. However, his footing was not stable, and he was shaking. He was sweating profusely, but his consciousness had finally retreated from that mysterious state. He weakly opened his eyes and muttered, "Zhou Xiaoduo, thank you." Before his voice died away, his whole body fell to the ground, and he completely fell into a coma. After a moment, Zhou Xiaoduo's body floated down from the sky like a feather. Once he landed, the sweat that had already flowed all over his body suddenly flowed to the ground, and in the blink of an eye, a large puddle of sweat was soaked. He still smiled happily, and said, "It was really satisfying, but this battle was really tiring." "Ding Shulan, you ran to the sky to change your clothes?" Zhou Xiaoduo was now wearing another set of blue clothes, and it was not his original school uniform. Zhou Xiaoduo cried, "I must make Zhou Yunqing compensate me for my clothes. My pitiful clothes, they represent our Phoenix City's second high school's uniform, a symbol of honor. They accompanied me through the entire Dragon Tiger list, and were about to be glorified, but in this final battle, they were cut into noodles by this bastard." As he spoke, he shook out his previous uniform. When everyone saw this, they could not help but laugh. They only saw the clothes fluttering in the wind, from the collar to the pants, in a mess. With a casual shake, it was like a flower blooming, and there was really no way to look at it. "No problem, no problem." Zhang Xiaofei laughed loudly, "Even if that little bastard Zhou Yunqing is shameless and refuses to accompany you, I, as your teacher, will compensate you." Cui Shangyan also laughed loudly, and also joined in the fun, "Not bad, not bad, I will also compensate you. I will definitely let you, the captain of Phoenix City's second high school, be full of glory and shine for all eternity." Ding Shulan was just about to speak, but a wave of sadness surged in her heart, and she almost could not speak. After a pause, she said, "I will compensate you with 10 pieces. Xiaoduo, good boy." This battle could be said to have caused the hearts of all the high school teachers to burn with passion. Everyone was a profound cultivator, and they were all people with clear minds. Who could not see that this battle had long surpassed a simple battle of victory and defeat? This was directly a battle where Zhou Xiaoduo, knowing full well that he was gambling with his life to help Zhou Yunqing transform his swordsmanship. Previously, when they saw Zhou Xiaoduo leading the team, they naturally saw that he had the ability to lead, treated people well, and had a glib tongue. He respected his teacher, was smart and honest, practiced hard, had a deep foundation, and used countless methods and schemes to play all his opponents in the palm of his hand. It was already confirmed that once he grew up, he would definitely be a person who could turn the clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. What's more, he was a genius who could develop in all aspects. Who would not want such a talented candidate? But through this battle, everyone saw another side of him, his breadth of mind. What kind of breadth of mind was this to be able to help his opponent in the finals? Not only did this require sparing no effort, there was no jealousy in his heart, and he had the breadth of mind to risk his life to create another future legend. This kind of student was simply a treasure. At this moment, the person who felt the most uncomfortable in her heart was Ding Xiulan. She was so uncomfortable that she even had the heart to die. I am so angry that I am going crazy. If I ask for a monthly vote, I will write a chapter and curse in the streets. Chapter 361. Ding Xiulan felt as if her heart was being fried in a pot of oil. She had gone crazy. She had completely lost control of her emotions. I was clearly very close to success, but Gu Yuanheng's words directly ruined the great situation. Now, she was so angry that her intestines were swollen. Thinking of this, the anger in her heart accumulated again. She couldn't help but take out her phone and send another message. Her fingers turned into an illusion. She gritted her teeth and sent 200 to 300 messages. Ding Xiulan was really going crazy this time. She wanted to kill Gu Yuanheng with her own hands. At this moment, Zhang Xiaofei's phone suddenly rang. When he took it out to take a look, his face couldn't help but turn solemn. He couldn't help but stand up straight and answer the call. He said respectfully, "Principal Gu, why did you call personally?" When everyone heard that it was Principal Gu who called, they were all solemn and listened respectfully. Although the continent was big and there were many schools, but there was only one Principal Gu. The old principal of Shuai City No. 1 High School, Gu Qianfan, was the No. 1 general of the Southern Army back then. Among the millions of soldiers at Sun Moon Pass, on the vast battlefield of tens of thousands of miles, the brightest and sharpest sword light. When attacking a city, the person who would always rush to the front was always that person. With Gu Qianfan's qualifications, he was even qualified to be the principal of a first-rate martial arts academy. Back then, Shang Jing had even asked Gu Qianfan to be a royal consecrator. In fact, Gu Qianfan's contributions were too great. He wanted to give this old general, who had fought his entire life but was unfortunately disabled, an environment of prosperity and wealth. However, Gu Qianfan directly refused. "I, Gu Qianfan, have lost an arm and a leg. Am I a cripple? This battlefield can't be without the sword of no return. This time, I'll go back with one sword. As long as you give me time, I'll give this battlefield countless swords of no return." He insisted on returning to Shuai City and became the principal of a low-level martial arts school. He began to nurture talents from the foundation. From then on, Shuai City No. 1 High School was like a sharp sword. In the martial arts school where heroes rose together, he directly killed a path: enter my school gate, be a dignified person, look up with a clear conscience, sword out with no return. The 1,000-mile sword of beacon and smoke is buried deep, the broken blade will never fade. Don't be a guest of the imperial city, bow down to nurture talents. Such a person was worthy of anyone's respect. Turn on the speaker. Gu Qianfan's voice sounded. Zhang Xiaofei hurriedly opened it. Gu Qianfan's voice came out clearly from the phone. His voice was very heavy, but it inexplicably gave people a feeling of the hissing of sword intent. Just by listening to him speak, it was as if he could see a sword being unsheathed from its scabbard. The sharpness of the sword was overwhelming. "I'm Gu Qianfan, the principal of Shuai Cheng First High School. In this competition, on behalf of Shuai Cheng No. 1 Middle School, I officially admit defeat." He paused, then continued, "Also, Zui Xiao Duo, thank you so much. Gu Qianfan, owe you one. Gu Qianfan had intended to say more, but in such a public place, it was obviously not appropriate to speak anymore. If he spoke again, it would have the opposite effect, and it would be like flattery. Therefore, he simply said, thank you. Thank you, Phoenix City's second high school. Many thanks, the champion of this year's Dragon and Tiger ranking, Phoenix City's second high is fully deserving of the title. I salute the old principal, He Yuanyue. On behalf of Shuicheng No. 1 Middle School, I say, I am sincerely convinced. Then, the call was hung up. The whole place was silent for a long time. Gu Qianfan. Don't return sword, Gu Qianfan. He said with his own mouth, I, Gu Qianfan, owe you one. This was during a national live broadcast. This favor was a big one. In fact, most of the people watching the live broadcast still did not understand what Zhou Xiaoduo had done. In the previous match, it seemed that Zhou Xiaoduo had given up first, and it was a group of referees who had restrained Zhou Yunqing. In terms of the situation, it was clear that Zhou Yunqing had the upper hand. Why did the situation suddenly change, and the old principal of Shuicheng No. 1 Middle School had to personally admit defeat? Even the old principal, Gu Qianfan, said that he owed him a favor. There were many people watching the live broadcast. But when it came to the people who really knew, there was not even 1%, or even 1 in 1,000. As for the people who could see all the mysteries of this battle, perhaps it could be described as 1 in 10 million. As a result, many irrelevant people on the internet madly said, shady. Shuicheng No. 1 Middle School and Phoenix City's second high school must have reached some kind of agreement in private. The principal of Shuicheng No. 1 Middle School is saying the opposite. He admitted defeat and gave up the championship, but the one who really owes him a favor is Phoenix City's second high school. Please give us back the truth. We have the right to know the inside story. We have the right to ask for a fair stage. A fair society. Principal, someone is talking about shady dealings. A teacher from Shuicheng No. 1 Middle School carefully looked at the comments on the internet and reported in a low voice. I just admitted defeat, and there's an inside story. This is how the world is. It's always people who don't know the truth who are filled with righteous indignation. Gu Qianfan was in a good mood and said, if there really is an inside story, why would I need to personally lose this old face? But the netizens won't think so. The teacher whispered, do you want to clarify and explain? Gu Qianfan said indifferently, why should I, Gu Qianfan, explain my actions to others? He sneered and said, there's no need to pay attention to it. Pass down the order, all the intersections of the city, the entire school, from today onwards, wear red decorations, wait for Yunqing and the others to return, and then choose a school. Gu Qianfan smiled, looked at the phone on the table that kept vibrating, and laughed coldly. They're all calls from the principals of the various high martial arts schools. Cough cough. The secretary took a look. They want to accept Zhou Yunqing. Among them, the principal's office of the Ancestral Dragon High School has already been called 3 times. What do you think? Ancestral Dragon High School. Gu Qianfan frowned, his face solemn. Zhou Yunqing, you can't enter the Ancestral Dragon in this life. I'll call back personally later. Gu Qianfan let out a long sigh. Yes. But the other high martial arts schools were all personally called by the principal. Ignore them. Gu Qianfan rolled his eyes. Now you think of me. What were you doing earlier? Keep the news a secret. Don't pick up the phone. If you want my students. It depends on my mood. Spread the word that I, Gu Qianfan, am very interested in knowing which city has the best wine in all the high martial arts schools in the country. I want to have a taste or two. Yes. Just like that. Immediately. Gu Qianfan sneered, See if I can't beat these old bastards to death. Victory and defeat were decided. The finals ended. The champion of the new Longhu ranking had fallen to Phoenix City's second high school. Even many years later, there were still countless people who remembered the scene today. Amidst the fluttering flowers and fluttering ribbons, 6 youths dressed in Phoenix City's second high school's uniform stood on the high platform with tears in their eyes. They raised their championship trophies and suddenly shouted at the sky in unison. Did you see that? Our Phoenix City's second high school. We're the champions. Did you hear that? Our Phoenix City's second high school is the champion of this year's Longhu ranking. Your wish, we've achieved it. We've succeeded. Our Phoenix City's second high school is first in the Longhu ranking competition. Old principal. The 6 youths held the trophy on the high platform with tears falling like rain. We've won first place. We're first. Below the stage, Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai also had mixed feelings. Hu Ruoyun's face was full of tears. Luo Lai's eyes were red. First place. First place. However, the person who had worked hard and sacrificed his entire life to see Phoenix City's second high school obtain this honor was no longer here. Standing on the stage, Zhou Xiaoduo used the aura divination technique. He could clearly see that he, Li Chenglong, and the others were completely enveloped by the enormous power of providence at this moment. Not to mention himself, because the aura divination technique could not see his own providence. However, among Li Chenglong and the others, he could see it. The foundation of Li Chenglong and the others' providence had almost doubled. Among all the students present, only 2 or 3 could compare to Li Chenglong and the others. He was finally relieved. With this kind of providence, no matter which high school they went to, they would be outstanding. Providence was illusory. It could not be seen or touched, but it could be clearly felt. For example, some people had endless bad luck. Everything they did was not going well. Things that were about to succeed would be inexplicably destroyed. Some people, on the other hand, did everything smoothly. Things that could not be done in the first place would be inexplicably done. This was the power of providence. Perhaps most people did not understand, but most people with a little experience would be able to understand this paragraph. The providence of Li Chenglong and the others had already surpassed that of ordinary people by 1,000 times. What are your plans? Ding Xiulan asked Hu Ruoyun and the others amidst the cheers and clamor. We want to go home immediately. Zhou Xiaoduo represented everyone and said, we don't want to stay here for a moment longer. Why? Because we want to send the first place trophy to Grandma He as soon as possible. Tell her that the first place belongs to our second high school. After the award ceremony, Phoenix City's second high school did not return to the hotel. Instead, they directly embarked on the journey home. They were so impatient. Glory, we got it. The first place of the Longhu list is ours. From next year onwards, the children from our school will be able to enjoy the supreme treatment. We did not let you down. Today is September 5th. We got the first place. We want this trophy, this glory, to be delivered to you before midnight of the 6th of September. Because today, we will be the emperor after the Central Plains. They did not say goodbye to anyone, nor did they have the time to accept the congratulations of the other teams. They stepped on the journey home without hesitation. Zhang Xiaofei and Cui Shangfeng said, let us send you off. With your speed, you might not be able to make it. The 4 high martial arts teachers all used their cultivation level to bring everyone along as they sped along. They did not hesitate to use up a lot of their vital essence. Zhou Xiaoduo really wanted to say, actually, it might be more efficient if you send us a plane. But after thinking about it, he did not say it. The true intention of the other party was to use this opportunity to get closer to each other. If there was any objection, it would be rejecting their goodwill. Ding Xiulan looked at the leaving crowd. Her eyes were filled with disappointment and anger. He was disappointed because Zhuo Xiaoduo had failed to recruit him, but he was angry because of Gu Yuanhang. If it were not for this bastard, Zhuo Xiaoduo would most likely enter the Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts School. At least, among the people who sent them back this time, there should be a part of her. It was all Gu Yuanhang's fault. She grabbed her phone and looked. The principal did not reply. Old bastard, you dare to play dead with me. Ding Xiulan, who had nowhere to vent her anger, directly found a number and dialed it. It was the secretary who answered. Ding. Director Ding, the principal said he had diarrhea. He went home to rest first. If there's anything, we can talk about it when you come back. There's no need to rush. Fuck. Ding Xiulan lost her composure and spat out. Then, she threw her phone with a bang. Screw him to death. After a long time, Ding Xiulan sighed softly and muttered softly to herself. You will never know what the Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts School lost this time. There has never been a Longhu list where so many geniuses emerged. But this time, there was a spurt of geniuses. This is the sign of a prosperous era, the sign of a rise. In such a spurt of geniuses, the Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts School actually did not get a share. You can't imagine how big of a loss it is. In one sentence, 12 geniuses were forced to retreat at the same time. Just because of the heart of a villain. The Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts School will be suppressed in the future. It's almost a foregone conclusion. Ding Xiulan muttered to herself in disappointment. She knew very well in her heart, ever since Zhuo Xiaoduo retaliated after Gu Yuanhang spoke, the Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts School had forever lost the chance to recruit each and every one of the 6 people in Zhuo Xiaoduo's team. Yes, each and every one of them. These 6 people were the children of destiny who rode on the wind and carried the luck. And ever since Zhuo Xiaoduo helped Zhou Yunqing and Gu Qianfan spoke on the phone, the Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts School had also lost the hope of recruiting Zhou Yunqing. Because Gu Qianfan, that peerless sword, would never allow his students to go to Ancestral Dragon High School because there was a villain in Ancestral Dragon High School. Moreover, this villain had taught his students before. Perhaps ordinary people would not realize this point, but how could someone like Gu Qianfan not see this key point? Now that Zhou Yunqing had entered the Ancestral Dragon, Gu Yuanhang would definitely be able to get in touch with him. With Zhou Yunqing's gentlemanly personality, he would definitely accept Gu Yuanhang's kindness and interact with him for a long time. It would be easy for an old fox like Gu Yuanhang to influence Zhou Yunqing. The deeper his friendship with Gu Yuanhang, the more uncomfortable Zhou Yunqing would feel when facing Zhuo Xiaoduo in the future. Because there was a feeling of being ungrateful. How could 2 geniuses of the current generation not clash? In the long run, Zhou Yunqing's sword heart would definitely be covered in dust. And once his sword heart was covered in dust, Zhou Yunqing would be crippled. Gu Qianfan would never allow this to happen. Therefore, Ancestral Dragon Gao Wu was destined to gain nothing in this Longhu ranking. As one of the top 3 martial arts schools, what would happen if they couldn't recruit the best talents? This was what made Ding Xiulan the angriest. The reputation of 1,000 years was ruined by the words of a villain. This sentence might seem too much to say now, but Ding Xiulan already had a premonition in her heart. Geniuses would not erupt every year. How many years would it take for the luck of the continent to be born like this? Chapter 362. 10:00 at night. The moon had just revealed a crescent moon, and it was dark all around. In front of He Yuanyue's grave, Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others came back early, and they placed the trophy of the Longhu ranking competition in front of the tombstone. Grandma He, we're back after winning first place. This is the trophy that you've been thinking about for so many years. Our first place in the Longhu ranking of the Central Plains, the champion of the Longhu ranking. The 6 young men and women lined up in front of He Yuanyue's grave, and they bowed respectfully. He Yuan's portrait on the tombstone had a smile on her face, and her gaze was distant. She seemed to be very satisfied and gratified, and she seemed to have expected this day and moment. A gentle breeze blew past, and Zhou Xiaoduo and the others' hair fluttered softly. It was as if Yuanyue was touching the children's heads and saying softly, "You've worked hard." Zhou Xiaoduo and the others all had tears in their eyes. "I really want to see you smile in front of us. Grandma we miss you so much." The breeze was gentle, and it was as if they were crying. Zhou Xiaoduo and the others stayed in front of He Yuanyue's grave until midnight, and then they reluctantly went down the mountain. Even after walking for a long time, they could still feel the gentle and kind gaze behind them. Until they reached the city. "Which school do you want to go to? Have you thought about it?" Hu Ruoyun asked softly. "Yes." Yu Moyan said, "Anyway, I will definitely go to teacher Luo Yanling's." Yu Moyan seemed to have made up his mind long ago, and he was very carefree now. "My aptitude is only above average, and I can't be considered outstanding. If I go to one of the 3 universities, I can go. There are teachers who have contacted me, and they even gave me an acceptance letter. But if I really go, with my accumulation, it won't take long for me to disappear into the crowd. It's better to go to Jade Sun High School, where I can get more resources and strive to be outstanding." "Yes, not bad. I still choose to go with Sua. We'll go all the way." Li Chenglong laughed. "We'll go to Yunduan High School." Wanli Xiu and Long Yusheng discussed. "All right." Li Zhangming said, "I'm going to the Dragon Soul. There are seniors who cultivate the Great Dream Divine Technique there. This is where my opportunity lies. I have to go. Sigh, it's a pity that I have to part ways with you guys." Hu Ruoyun said softly, "Separation is only for the sake of better reunion. Chang Ming, do your best." "I will." According to the rules of the various high martial arts academies, you must report before October 1st. There is one more thing you need to pay special attention to. This time, you must go alone. Family members are not allowed to escort you. The path to the various martial arts schools is not a smooth path that ordinary people can take. Instead, it is filled with danger. There are countless man-made traps, countless dangerous jungles, countless star beasts. And all of these, you will have to face them yourselves. You can form your own team with students with the same goal. However, if you are found to be escorted by your family, you will be disqualified immediately. Hu Ruoyan whispered, "You have to be prepared." "All right." Once you enter the high martial arts school, it is the same as entering the battlefield of life and death. Even between high martial arts students, you can start a life and death battle. In fact, every high martial arts student will have students go to various battlefields to gain experience every month. Do you understand now? Once you leave the martial arts school of our level, you will have crossed the line between life and death. In the future, what you can achieve in the end will depend on your own fate and luck. We will no longer be able to escort you." As Hu Ruoyan spoke, the sadness in her words overflowed. She forced a laugh. "Children, do your best. Don't let us worry, and don't let us and the old principal down. We will remember." "Xiao Duo, you are planning to go to the Hidden Dragon Academy, right?" "Yes, Teacher Hu." "Then I will be more at ease if Li Chenglong goes with you." Hu Ruoyan walked in front of Zhou Xiaoduo and gently helped him tidy up his lapel. She said softly, "When you go to the Hidden Dragon Academy, remember to keep a low profile, okay? Before you gain a firm foothold, don't use those little tricks of yours if you can. Avoid making enemies." "Yes." "Also, your enemies in Fenghai, after this competition, it is difficult to hide the karma. That life and death battle will definitely follow up. You must be careful. There is no harm in being careful. Understood? If there is anything you can't handle, you must say it in time. Even if it is something you feel you can handle, you must say it in time. At the very least, you must leave clues about where you go every day. Don't always think about facing it alone, understand? Hu Ruoyun whispered. Understood. It has to be organized, it has to be clear. The cause and effect, who are the people around you, you must be clear. It is better not to make friends than to make friends randomly. Hu Ruoyun rambled on for a long time, but she still had not finished. Sua Xiaoduo, on the other hand, had a look of enjoyment on his face. He listened quietly and understood everything. He understood and did not find it annoying at all. For a moment, it was as if he could not wait for Teacher Hu to never finish talking. This kind of meticulous care and warmth made Sua Xiaoduo's heart feel extremely warm. He also took advantage of this time to read Hu Ruoyun's fortune. For this, he even used a drop of Providence Point. After confirming that there was nothing to do in the short term, he looked at his long-term fortune. It was still smooth and happy. Finally, he felt relieved. If you have time in the future, come back to the school to see me. If you are really busy, then forget it. Hu Ruoyun tiptoed and patted Sua Xiaoduo's head. She laughed and said, "You are so tall that I can't even pat you. I will definitely come back. I will come back often." Sua Xiaoduo promised. Okay. Hu Ruoyun turned to Li Chenglong. Chenglong, you are a careful person. Remember to help Sua Xiaoduo pay attention to the things I mentioned. In this new environment, you must support each other and entrust your backs to each other. I know. The intersection was in front of them. It was time to say goodbye again. Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai returned to the school with the trophy. Tomorrow, Sua Xiaoduo and the others would go to the school to receive the commendation and the graduation ceremony. After tomorrow, they would prepare to go on the road and report to the Martial Arts University. Hu Ruoyun said goodbye reluctantly. I will wait for you at the school tomorrow. Okay. Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai turned and left. The six of them stood in a row and watched the two teachers walk away. When they could no longer see them, they parted ways and went their separate ways. Sua Xiaoduo ran all the way to his home. Wow, Miss Cat. Brother Zua is back. After leaving home for so long, he didn't even call me. He didn't even reply to my messages. I am so angry. You think you are so great as the goddess of spiritual thoughts. I am the emperor. Humph. Come here. Kneel down. Help me wash my feet. Sua Xiaoduo was so happy that he was like a dog that had just finished eating a bone. He was jumping all the way. Sometimes he would jump sideways, sometimes he would jump over the hurdles, sometimes he would do a standing long jump, and sometimes he would do a little deer jump. Finally, he was almost home. La la la, la la la. Sua Xiaoduo sang happily. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly. Stop. A cold voice suddenly sounded. Oh my God. Sua Xiaoduo didn't even stop. He rushed into the air and rushed toward his home like a stream of light. Whose voice is that? I really didn't recognize it. You can't blame me. Bang! The person who came was so powerful that his foot landed on someone's stomach, kicking Sua Xiaoduo down from the air and turning him into a shrimp. Ouch! It hurts. Sua Xiaoduo was in pain and rolled on the ground. My intestines are broken. Ms. Mu. Spare me, I am seriously injured. I. Mu Yanyan fell from the sky, and without saying a word, she threw herself at his head and kicked his face. Is it familiar? This is called Dragon Gate Kick. I will punish you, you little bastard who ruined my reputation. Mu Yanyan's face was frosty and furious. She threw herself at Sua Xiaoduo and kicked him from head to toe without any scruples. But there was one thing that had to be said. Sua Xiaoduo didn't even care about his face, but he protected his crotch. Protecting a man was the most painful thing. You want to kick me? No way. Mu Yanyan did want to kick him at first, but later she was embarrassed. When Zhuxiaoduo's whole body was swollen, she didn't have the heart to do it. Bastard! Mu Yanyan kicked him hard, picked up Zhuxiaoduo and flew away. Even though he had already vented his anger, he still felt indescribably depressed. This was the heaviest punishment. She couldn't cripple him, let alone kill him. What else could she do? She couldn't do anything about it. This guy obviously knew this. He screamed miserably as if he had been tortured in the 18 levels of hell. He was as pitiful as he could be. But Mu Yanyan knew that she didn't even touch his bones. It was all physical pain. To think that this brat could shout so loudly. If he screamed a little later, it would be better. Knock, knock, knock. Zhuxiaoyan opened the door. Mu Yanyan threw Zhuxiaoduo in. Your hero is back. She flashed away. Zhuxiaoduo was swollen like a ball. He rolled into the living room. Nian Mao. Zhuxiaoduo screamed, I'm going to be beaten to death. Hurry up and take a look. It hurts so much. You deserve it. Zhuxiaoyan snorted and walked over with her little nose wrinkled. Seeing his miserable appearance, she finally couldn't bear it. She helped him to the sofa and used her qi to remove the bruises. On the way, my master has been talking about killing you. Zhuxiaoyan pouted and said, it's me. I begged my master all the way to change it to just beating you. How are you going to thank me? Zhuxiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, silly girl. Even if you didn't beg her, she wouldn't be willing to kill me. You can't even see such a simple problem. You're so stupid. What did you call me? Zhuxiaoyan suddenly stopped. The hand that was massaging suddenly pinched a piece of flesh. She raised her eyebrows. Silly girl. I mean. Sister Nian Nian. Zhuxiaoduo immediately felt that something was wrong. Actually you don't know, but silly girl means the most beautiful girl in the desert. A beauty. That's what it means. I'll let you. Slap, 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 slap. Zhuxiaoduo's old wounds hadn't healed and new ones were added. His whole body swelled again. Chapter 363. After a long time, Zhuxiaoyan finally stopped. Zhuxiaoduo lay on the sofa weakly, moaning and groaning like a dead dog. Zhuxiaoyan was reading the newspaper and making tea as if nothing had happened, while carefully peeling melon seeds. Zhuxiaoyan had a habit of peeling melon seeds one by one and eating them in handfuls. It was said that eating melon seeds this way was more satisfying and satisfying. Why aren't mom and dad back yet? I can't stay at home for more than a few days. I have to report to Yunduan High School on the 1st of October. Zhuxiaoduo stole the melon seeds that Zhuxiaoyan had peeled and stuffed them into his mouth. He chewed and complained, they're really not worried at all. It's been so long and they're still not home. I think we should criticize them. Zhuxiaoyan suddenly saw that the spot where she had peeled melon seeds on the table was clean. She suddenly became furious. Do you think you can change the topic of eating my melon seeds by talking about this? Fuck. You're dead. Zhuxiaoduo screamed again. Of course, he had to say, again, because his body swelled up again. Zhuxiaoyan beat Zhuxiaoduo up and down on the sofa. After a long time, Zhuxiaoduo sat cross-legged on the sofa in a posture that looked like a combination of an earthworm and a lizard. He drank tea, ate melon seeds, watched TV, and chatted. He looked very comfortable from head to toe. Zhuxiaoyan crossed her legs and peeled melon seeds. She carefully placed the peeled melon seeds on a small plate in front of her. She faced Zhuxiaoduo directly and stared at him from time to time. Her face was full of vigilance. Previously, no matter if she was facing him from the side or from the back, she had been sneakily attacked several times. She could only defend herself if she faced him directly. Are you planning to go to Hidden Dragon? Zhou Xiaonian asked. Yes. Zhou Xiaoduo replied, it's a place that has already been booked. But now is not the time. You have too many enemies in the Hidden Dragon Empire. Zhou Xiaonian expressed his heartfelt worry. Fenghai City. Now, to me, it is indeed a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. Danger at every step. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes flickered as he said, but I'm really interested to see what this dragon's lair looks like and how dangerous it is. After talking about me, what about you? Zhou Xiaoduo asked. I originally planned not to go to Phoenix Cry. Zhou Xiaonian said indifferently, they should be going to the Nine Heavens Pavilion. He went straight to work. The Nine Heavens Pavilion was a very mysterious organization. Once one entered the Nine Heavens Pavilion, one would need to go out on missions continuously, and then constantly improve oneself. The first, second, and third levels were the foundation, where one would study and cultivate, and occasionally go out on missions. Then, as his cultivation increased, he would immediately advance to the next level. Once he defeated the Nine Heavens Pavilion, he would be able to be appointed to another position. But as for the specific inside story of this place, not to mention Zhou Xiaoduo, even Zhou Xiaonian did not know. She only knew that it was very high and mighty. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Zhou Xiaonian's face, then threw out another fate point, and looked at Zhou Xiaonian's future. He nodded with relief and said, you can go anywhere without worry. After all, your strength is here. It's enough. Actually, my condition is only that I'm qualified. But I heard that I'm the youngest woman to join the Nine Heavens Pavilion in many years. Zhou Xiaonian laughed. Of course, at this stage, I'm only going to learn and train, and continue to sharpen myself. I'm still far from being able to go out on missions. Don't worry. Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, you don't have to be so humble. I believe you'll reach the standard in a few days. Oh right, don't be reluctant to use those top-grade Jade of Astral Souls. Hurry up and use them up. Zhou Xiaonian said angrily, how can you use those treasures just like that? You should only use them when you need them. Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. No matter how precious they were basically used for cultivation. Why couldn't they be used? He rolled his eyes and said, Sister Xiaonian, how about I make a bet with you? Zhou Xiaonian said warily, what bet? If you can use up all your top-grade Jade of Astral Souls within a year, I'll give you another 50,000. Yes, all of them are top-grade Jade of Astral Souls. Zhou Xiaoduo said solemnly. 50,000? Zhou Xiaonian exclaimed, her eyes widening. What the hell? Did you dig up a paradise? There's no paradise. Zhou Xiaoduo said calmly, but I really did find a top-grade Jade of Astral Souls mine, and I'm sure that I'm the only one in the whole continent who knows about it. Zhou Xiaonian's eyes lit up. Then we're rich. That's a fortune. That's what I said. Zhou Xiaoduo said proudly, do you understand now? We don't lack this stuff, not at all. Things should be used to their fullest potential. If you use up all your top-grade Jade of Astral Souls in a year, I'll give you another 50,000. If you use up all your Jade of Astral Souls in a year, I'll give you another 200,000. According to my estimation, there's at least 1,000,000 Astral Souls Jade of Astral Souls in the mine. Zhou Xiaoduo spoke as if he was telling the truth and had a nose and eyes. Zhou Xiaonian knew that Zhou Xiaoduo was naughty, but he would never speak carelessly, especially when it came to such a big matter. She couldn't help but be skeptical. She pouted and said, if it's within a year. It's not impossible, but it's too wasteful. With Zhou Xiaoduo's current cultivation base, he was only at the early stage of the Origin Core realm. If he really absorbed all the top-grade Star Soul Jades in his possession, he would probably be able to reach the peak of the Origin Core realm. Moreover, he would have to suppress the restlessness of his true origin several times to break through to the soul transformation realm. Let's not talk about whether it's possible or not. Zhuo Xiaoduo said matter-of-factly, I have additional conditions. You can't always test me. This time, it's my turn to test you. You can't just use up all the top-grade jade of astral souls. You have to suppress the turbulence of your true origin more than 15 times before you can receive the rest of the benefits. If you can't reach the standard, I'm sorry, but you won't get anything in the future. This is called opportunity and risk coexist. Do you understand? Zhuo Xiaonian's face turned bitter. She didn't say anything for a long time. Suppressing 15 times? This standard wasn't just high, it was ridiculously high. However, she gritted her teeth and said, I want to try. I must reach this goal. Okay, it's settled then. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled and continued to drink water. His heart was as calm as a mountain and as steady as an old dog. Actually, he didn't find any astral souls jade mine, nor did he have so many top-grade astral souls jade. He only said that to urge Zhuo Xiaonian to hurry up and cultivate. Otherwise, with Zhuo Xiaonian's frugal personality, she might have kept all the top-grade astral souls jade for him. In Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart, if there were such top-grade materials to help with cultivation, why wouldn't he use them immediately? Only when his strength increased would they belong to him. However, if he left the spiritual jades in the space ring, he wouldn't know who he was saving them for. They might not really belong to him. It was a pity that Zhuo Xiaoduo was still at the innate realm and couldn't bear the violent spiritual energy of the top-grade astral souls jade. Otherwise, he would have used them long ago. When he broke through the embryonic breathing realm, Zhuo Xiaoduo wouldn't hesitate to use them on the first day of the breakthrough. When the time came, Zhuo Xiaonian would ask him, where are the 50,000 pieces of top-grade astral souls jade? Zhuo Xiaoduo could also say righteously, sigh, the jade mine was discovered by the country and was taken over by the country. I didn't even get a single piece of it. I'm still feeling sad, and you still want to poke at my sore spot. It's too difficult for me. With one sentence, he could push all the blame away. He might even be comforted. Otherwise, Zhuo Xiaonian most likely wouldn't use them. When Zhuo Xiaonian came to settle the score with him, it would all become her own strength. When that time came, at most, he would be beaten up. What's the big deal? What's the big deal? Don't tell me she's going to rape me. Humph. I'm not afraid of Zhuo Xiaoduo. Seeing that it was already past midnight, the two of them were still wide awake. They chatted casually, and the atmosphere was extremely quiet, warm, and peaceful. He felt that such time and such an atmosphere were better the longer it lasted. He couldn't feel the passage of time at all. Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaonian seemed to have thought of something. Her face was slightly red, and she said, look at me. Look at you. Zhuo Xiaoduo turned his head suspiciously, look at what? Zhuo Xiaonian stood up and walked a few steps. She was slim and graceful, and said, do I look good like this? Yes, yes, yes. It's not just good looking. It's simply pleasing to the eye. It's too pleasing to the eye. Zhuo Xiaoduo was about to salivate. His mind was suddenly filled with indescribable emotions. What does this mean? Does it feel like we're going to part ways? So, Nian Nian Cat wants to seduce me? With this thought, Zhuo Xiaoduo's flaming sun scripture suddenly activated on its own. Come on. Come and seduce me. I'll definitely pretend to be reserved for 3 seconds, no more. No, what's there to be reserved for? I'll definitely be seduced by you at the first moment. I've always liked beauty. My willpower isn't good. I'll go up as soon as you seduce me. Zhuo Xiaoduo's mind was filled with 180 ideas, 30 to 40 postures, and half a hard disk's worth of knowledge, rushed into his mind in an instant. His eyes lit up, and he did not even bother to hide his desire. However, Zhuo Xiaoyan obviously didn't follow Zhuo Xiaoduo's thoughts. She turned around and said, "How about this?" She increased her height by 2 centimeters according to the ratio. She was originally 1.73 meters tall, but now she was 1.75 meters tall. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't notice anything. He just nodded foolishly, and his saliva drew a parabola as he nodded. Good, good, good. How about this? She went from 1.75 meters to 1.78 meters. Good, good, good. Of these 3 states, which one is better looking? Which is the best? Zhuo Xiaoyan asked expectantly. 3 kinds? Zhuo Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. His eyes were full of confusion. Why? 3? What 3? What does that mean? Chapter 364. Which 3? That's right, which one is the most beautiful? Zhuo Xiaoyan asked modestly. She rolled her eyes and looked very shy. Humph, dog, I'm choosing my highest height and body proportion according to your taste. As long as you choose, I'll take the look-preserving pill based on your choice. What 3? What 3? Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that he should ask if he didn't understand, so he asked humbly. You didn't see? You didn't see? Zhuo Xiaoyan was confused by Zhuo Xiaoduo's question. See what? Zhuo Xiaoduo tried to think and asked carefully, breasts? Or buttocks? This? What do you want me to see? Zhuo Xiaoyan was stunned, and then she felt a rush of anger. She gritted her teeth and said, "Then what did you see just now?" "I saw." Zhuo Xiaoduo was confused and felt that something was wrong. He scratched his head and said, What do you want me to see?" Bang! A pillow hit Zhuo Xiaoduo's face. Then, the heavy punches and kicks landed heavily on Zhuo Xiaoduo's body like the wind and rain had never been so heavy before. After a while, the wind and rain finally stopped. With a bang, the door closed. Zhuo Xiaoyan went back to her room angrily. The loud sound of the door closing almost shook the chandelier off the ceiling. Zhuo Xiaoduo was on the verge of death. His head was swollen and his body was in pain as he laid on the sofa. His eyes were spinning and he was completely dumbfounded. Just now. What happened? Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't see it at all. He felt that he had been wrong to the extreme. Didn't you want to seduce me? Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that he was innocent and sad. What exactly was going on now? Woman, is your name a mystery? It was around 5:00 in the morning. Gu Yuanhang, who had been removed from the Longhu list judge's seat on the spot, finally returned to the entrance of Shangjing City with wounds all over his body. This journey back home was simply bizarre to the extreme. As soon as he left the territory of South Ji City and stepped into the wasteland, someone came to intercept him. It was a blue-robed woman who chased after him with all her might. Finally, everyone's true strength was about the same, and they were evenly matched. At first, he was a little flustered, but later, he steadied himself and was fine. But then, 2 women and a man charged out, and all of them chased after him and attacked him fiercely, as if they were irreconcilable enemies. Gu Yuanhang knew that he was no match for them and fled for his life. However, the movement techniques of these 3 women were all faster than his. Escape, there was no way he could escape. Left with no other choice, Gu Yuanhang forced his way out of the encirclement and returned to South Ji City. There were countless teachers from the higher martial academy gathered in South Ji City, so naturally, he didn't have to worry about being hunted down. Gu Yuanhang's wish came true. As he fled back to South Ji City, the 3 women disappeared. As expected, they didn't continue to chase after him. Gu Yuanhang, who didn't dare to take the normal route, went straight to the military and used his connections to find a small plane to send him back. However, before he could fly out of the central plains, a magnificent sword light directly sliced off one of the wings of the plane. Gu Yuanhang used all his strength to carry the plane all the way to Fenghai Airport. Only then was he able to escape. The other party was helping him, and he couldn't let them lose a plane for no reason. Not to mention, there was also a pilot. Gu Yuanhang still had this bit of integrity. But, was he taking the plane, or was the plane taking him? The rest of the journey was uneventful. When he was about to reach Shangjing City, and when Gu Yuanhang was about to let down his guard, he was intercepted again. This time, it was a black-robed man who attacked him, and he immediately used extreme moves to kill him. From the beginning to the end, he didn't say a word. He fought with Gu Yuanhang for a full 2 hours, until both of them were covered in wounds and bruises. Only then did he retreat. During this time, Gu Yuanhang didn't know how many times he shouted, "Who are you? Why?" And so on and so forth. However, the other party really didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. This whole journey made Gu Yuanhang feel like a rat crossing the street. Finally, he reached Shangjing. He could breathe a sigh of relief. Gu Yuanhang entered Shangjing and went straight to Yunduan High School. The next day, Phoenix City No. 2 High School held a grand ceremony. The 6 students of Phoenix City No. 2 High School formed a team to compete in the Central Plains Longhu ranking and bring back the champion for Phoenix City No. 2 High School. This was the first time since the establishment of No. 2 High School. The champion of the Central Plains Longhu ranking. Almost all of the influential people in Phoenix City had come. Those who didn't come or weren't invited were just people who weren't qualified to attend the meeting. Today was also the graduation ceremony of Phoenix City No. 2 High School. Majestic music floated back and forth in the sky above No. 2 High School. He Yuan's huge portrait stood tall in front of the school building. All the teachers and students bowed in unison. "Your wish, we've helped you to fulfill one. As for the other wishes, we're still working hard. After that, we'll definitely fulfill your wish and fulfill it. Teacher, don't worry. We, the teachers and students of No. 2 High School, will definitely not disappoint you." After that, the graduation certificate of No. 2 High School was given to all the students who had reached the innate realm. After that, a few thick stacks of admission notices were taken out. These were the admission notices issued by all the martial arts academies before the college entrance exam. Now, all of them had been sent to the school. All the students whose names were read came up one by one to collect and go to different places. As for Zhou Xiaoduo and the others who participated in the competition, they didn't need to participate in the so-called college entrance exam. In this Longhu ranking competition, all the students who participated in it had the right to be admitted. The admission notices were in their pockets. Among the 237 innate realm students in our school, 177 of them were promoted to the martial arts academies they wanted. Li Changjiang spoke on behalf of the school leaders. The remaining 54 students have 3 choices. The first is to go to a remote vocational school. The second is to join the army and go to the Sun Moon Pass. As for the third, they can choose to repeat their year in No. 2 High School and take the college entrance exam again next year. Yes, as long as the students reached the innate realm, the government wouldn't let them wander about freely in society. This was because this group of people was too harmful to ordinary people. Once they went berserk, they would cause terrible harm and losses. They could either go for vocational training and take part in various martial arts jobs in the future or join the army. Of course, they could also choose to repeat their year. However, the price for repeating their year was extremely high. Because they had reached the innate realm and met the requirements, but because they weren't strong enough, no martial arts academies were willing to accept them. Therefore, even if they repeated their year, they still might not have enough strength to enter the martial arts academies. At the same time, if the students were older than 35 years old, the martial arts academies wouldn't accept them. Li Changjiang spoke passionately and at length. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded sleepily below the stage. Thought it wasn't that he was tired, but Zhuo Xiaoduo had this problem. He would doze off when he was in a meeting and listening to the report. But soon, Zhuo Xiaoduo stopped dozing off, because the process had reached the stage where the focus was to commend Zhuo Xiaoduo and the other 5. After that, it was time for all the graduating students to take a group photo as a souvenir. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the other 5 were in the center position, which was the so-called C position. When the shutter was pressed, it happened that Li Chenglong was making a face at Li Changming. His teeth were as long as fangs. Click. The picture froze. Although a few more photos were taken consecutively, and there was no lack of normal photos, in the end, everyone unanimously decided to keep the normal photo and the one with the teeth. Because it was simply too special. Too unforgettable. Li Chenglong's tooth was really a big highlight. It directly stole the limelight from Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was standing in the center. Throughout the whole picture, those who got their hands on it didn't need to look at it carefully. At a glance, they could see that occupying the most central position was that long fangs. This photo became Li Chenglong's dark history. It couldn't be any darker than ink. The graduating students held their graduation certificates and faced the big banner. Everyone's tears fell like rain for a long time. Second high school welcomes you back forever. No matter how far you go, don't forget that this is the place where your dreams began. Along with He Yuanyue's words, the banner made everyone's heart surge in an instant. 10 days off. Li Changjiang announced. In the next 10 days, the teachers of the innate graduating class can accept meals. It's not considered a violation of discipline. The conference was over. Hu Ruoyun quietly went to the top floor alone. In what used to be He Yuanyue's office. She closed the door and sat inside quietly, as if she could still feel He Yuanyue's lingering scent. Old principal, another batch of children had graduated. Why does my heart feel like it's half empty all of a sudden? Especially Xiao Duo. He has also graduated. Every year at this time, I have to send away a batch of students that I've poured my heart and soul into. This kind of parting is really unbearable. No wonder you said that as a teacher, if you put your heart into the students, you'll age very quickly. But it's also very worth it. Whether it's worth it or not, I haven't personally experienced it yet. But I'm really aging very quickly. Every year, I have to send away a batch of my heart and soul at this bunch of heartless little fellows. I don't know how many of them will remember to come back and visit me. Perhaps, many people will never experience it in their lives. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, watching countless children walk out in groups, leaving the place where they had studied for so many years. Most of them were full of smiles, talking to each other, and telling each other farewell words. Their faces were full of longing for the future. Second high school's campus was going to be empty for a while again. Teacher Hu. Teacher Hu. A voice suddenly sounded outside the door. It was Zhuo Xiaoduo's voice. Hu Ruoyun quickly opened the door and saw Zhuo Xiaoduo and the other 5 people standing outside the door neatly, with bright smiles on their faces, begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 365. Why haven't you left yet? Hu Ruoyun asked in surprise. She was pleasantly surprised. There are 6 of us. Zhuo Xiaoduo giggled and said, it seems like we haven't done the 3 touches and 5 comments for the innate stage. Sigh. Look at my memory. Hu Ruoyun slapped her forehead. Qin Fangyang was supposed to be in charge of the 3 touches and 5 comments for Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others. Wind Spirit's meridians, He Yuanyue's death, and Qin Fangyang's departure. Then, the Longhu ranking tournament was approaching. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others had been preparing for the tournament wholeheartedly until today, that he had been so busy until now that he had completely forgotten about this matter. It's fine, it's fine. Everything has been settled. I'll call your principal later, and will personally conduct the comments for you, Hu Ruoyun said. Also, we'd like to invite you, Principal Li, Teacher Luo, and the others. For dinner tonight, Zhuo Xiaoduo said. The 6 of them bowed together. Teacher, please do us the honor. Hu Ruoyun only felt a warm current rush up her body and she subconsciously responded. Okay. As she spoke, she made a phone call. Fortunately, Li Changjiang had already arranged his schedule for today's graduation ceremony. He did not make any other arrangements, so it was settled with a phone call. However, Luo Lai had already been dragged away by the other students. She wondered if he was fated to treat her today. I'll arrange for the Tower of Astral Souls to conduct the 3 touches and 5 comments for you. The 3rd touch. 10 minutes later. The number 2 high school campus was very empty. Most of the students and teachers had already left. Li Changjiang and Hu Ruoyun sent Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others to the Tower of Astral Souls again. The couple was still watching the surveillance cameras in the office. I believe that the others will be fine. I just don't know if Zhuo Xiaoduo will cause any trouble this time. When Hu Ruoyun thought of this, she felt a headache coming on. The first time was the devil's heart of heterodoxy, the second time was the castration of lack of desire. 2 consecutive abnormal occurrences had already caused Hu Ruoyun to feel fear in her heart. He really didn't know what kind of strange words he would come up with this time. The content of the trial this time was still very simple. In the fantasy realm, the trial taker would meet a hero from the Umno Alliance. At first, the trial taker would not know that the hero was a member of the Umno Alliance. The trial taker would fight side by side with the hero and train along the way. They would fight star beasts, trample on villains, fight injustice, and roam the world. Treating each other with sincerity, congenial in spirit, and making friends with each other. The other party's personality and temper could be said to be the type that the participants admired and liked the most. After interacting with each other for a period of time, there was nothing that they didn't talk about. Taking care of you in every possible way is secondary. Usually, when we exchange pointers and drink together, we are very close, even more like brothers. After the trial, other than Zhuo Xiaoduo, Long Yusheng and the other 4 people, one after the other, could not help but become sworn brothers with the other party. Yes, Wan Lixio met a sister and also became sworn brothers. The sisterly relationship was very deep and could not be compared to the so-called best friends. And as time went on, the other party's identity as a member of the Umno Alliance was finally exposed. This was a very cruel setting. The brother who treated each other with sincerity and congenial in spirit was a member of the Umno Alliance. The 2 sides were naturally on opposite sides and would not rest until one of them was dead. When the situation came to a head, would you kill him? When the other party completed the Umno Alliance's mission and was chased by people on your side, when he came to your side with his dying breath, would you kill him? He was lying in front of you. You did not need to use any strength, just a palm or a kick, and you could easily end his life. However, as long as you wanted to, you could save him. The key was how you would choose. Yu Moyan and Li Chenglong made their choice the fastest. The 2 of them did not hesitate and directly killed the other party. You are a member of the Umno Alliance. You have completed the Umno Alliance's mission and caused a lot of damage to our side. At this time, in front of the big picture, you must kill him. Wan Lixio, Long Yusheng and Li Zhangming hesitated for a long time before they decided to make their move. When they made their move, their faces were full of tears and they kept saying sorry. The 5 of them made their own choices and ended the trial in either a short or long time. Li Chenglong and Yu Moyan were both a grade. Long Yusheng, Wan Lixio and Li Zhangming's evaluation was 1 grade lower, B grade. As for Zhuo Xiaoduo's side, it was just as Hu Ruoyan had thought. When Long Yusheng and the others became sworn brothers with this person, Zhuo Xiaoduo did not choose to become sworn brothers with him. Why did he choose to become sworn brothers? Zhuo Xiaoduo would not make such a choice. This person was not bad and could be friends with him. However, that was all. Then, the two of them went through life and death together. They went through difficulties and experienced thousands of mountains and rivers together. Their friendship became deeper. However, it was inevitable that the other party was exposed in front of Zhuo Xiaoduo. He was dying and fell in front of Zhuo Xiaoduo. At this moment, Hu Ruoyan's heart was in her mouth. Zhuo Xiaoduo, oh Zhuo Xiaoduo, this is a matter of position. Don't make a mistake in such a big matter. You are a member of the Umno Alliance. Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked. His face was full of disbelief. Brother. I am sorry. That person smiled bitterly. I was chased to this place and I am injured. However, I am still alive. I can't escape. Xiaoduo, you might as well kill me or hand me over. I can give you a future. I lied to you. However, when I was with you, there was no hypocrisy. I only treated you with sincerity. In my heart, I really treat you as a brother. If I can use my useless life to exchange for a contribution for my brother, it will be worth it. That person's mouth was bleeding. He murmured, don't kill me with your hands. If you kill me, you will leave a soul mark. The other side will take revenge on you. I don't want to see you die, especially because of me. Take care. He closed his eyes and waited. He waited for the last moment to come. What are you talking about? Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was full of loyalty. We are brothers. Even if we become enemies in the future, we will only fight with real swords and spears on the battlefield. If I kill you like this, how can it be considered as a brother? Hu Ruoyan sighed deeply. She only felt a splitting headache. Why did this bastard always cause trouble at the most critical moment? Could it be that your brain circuit is really very different from a normal person's? 108,000 of them, was there? Looking at the screen, Zhuo Xiaoduo tried his best to heal his brother's injuries, treat his illness, hide the truth, and ensure his safety. After that, he even escorted him all the way and helped him escape. That person was so touched that he could not feel his blood boiling. Before they parted, Zhuo Xiaoduo took out pills and jade of astral souls. He filled up a space ring and gave it to him. Brother, I don't have much to say. This is all I can do. There is some money, emergency food and drinks, and some jade of astral souls. Take it. How can I take it? If I take it all, what will you use? Aya, why are you being so polite with me at this critical moment? Zhuo Xiaoduo said angrily, now, you are completely exposed. Every step you take is dangerous. Wait for me to think of a way to send you to the border. After that, you will have to rely on yourself. Hurry up and go back. Brother, you are taking too big a risk by doing this. Your life is in danger and you will bear a bad name for the rest of your life. I already said that we are brothers. Why are you still talking about this? Zhuo Xiaoduo confided in him, it's rare that you and I can treat each other with sincerity. Once we part, I'm afraid we won't see each other again. How about you and I swear to the heavens that we'll be sworn brothers? Good. However, Xiaoduo, your future is bound to be very dangerous. I am dragging you down. Let's not talk about this. The two of them used the soil as incense and kowtowed to the heavens. They were both overwhelmed with emotions and felt their blood boiling. Then, unexpectedly, when they were escaping to the border, they were discovered by the border guards. Seeing that there was no hope of escaping, Zhuo Xiaoduo could not help but help. After a fierce battle, they saved the man and escaped to the border. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo's identity was completely exposed. The other side even called out Zhou Xiaoduo's name clearly. The two of them crossed the border and sat in a dense forest. Both of them looked gloomy. Now, it is your turn to not be able to go back. It's okay. Just hide your identity. The world is big. There is no place for you to hide. No, it is too dangerous. From the day I decided to save you, I was already mentally prepared. Now, my prediction has come true. Why don't you come with me? No. How can I go to your side? Zhou Xiaoduo did not even think about it. He shook his head like a rattle drum. Do you want to go back and die? I might not die if I go back. I just have to give up my original identity. But how can I watch you go back like this? How can I be at ease? That is my life. Zhou Xiaoduo stood up and waved his hand. Brother, take care. Just as he was about to leave. Bang! The man knocked Zhou Xiaoduo unconscious and murmured, "You sent me out from tens of thousands of miles away. How can I watch such a brother go back and die? Even if you hate me. You can't go back." He held Zhou Xiaoduo's body and disappeared into the No Alliance. The scene froze. The trial ended. Li Changjiang and Hu Ruoyun were at a loss. They were in disbelief and disbelief. What the fuck? Are you developing your own plot? What kind of development is this? This. Hu Ruoyun was on the verge of going crazy. Why is there nothing below? What happened next? Li Changjiang was speechless. He has already gone out. What else can there be? Xiao Duo must have gone undercover. But if it ends like this, won't it make him a traitor? Will the evaluation still be fair? Hu Ruoyun said anxiously. Li Changjiang thought. How can you be sure that he went undercover? Nothing is seen now. How do you know what will happen next? But there was nothing after that. This was the most maddening thing. The couple looked at the screen anxiously. They were really not sure what the evaluation would be this time. Chapter 366. At this moment, Hu Ruoyun felt a little hopeless. He did not differentiate between friend and foe, and his stance was unclear. He spared no effort to help the enemy escape. This guy was really. After a long time, even Zhou Xiaoduo and the others had finished the trial and gathered at the entrance of the principal's office to wait. However, the evaluation was still not out. After a long time, the screen finally began to rotate. Hu Ruoyun and Li Changjiang held their breaths at the same time. They waited, watched, and waited for the results to come. Finally, after a while, the final evaluation was out. When Hu Ruoyun and Li Changjiang saw the evaluation, they were stunned. They still found it unbelievable, and unimaginable. That was because the evaluation on the screen was 4 question marks. There was not even a word, let alone an A or B grade. There were only 4 question marks. At this moment, whether it was Li Changjiang or Hu Ruoyun, their real thoughts were exactly the same as the evaluation on the screen. It was not fake at all. Perhaps the husband and wife could add a few more question marks. What kind of evaluation was this? Did this mean that even the system did not know how to evaluate? The husband and wife looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. What's going on? What kind of evaluation is this? Hu Ruoyun pointed at the 4 question marks on the screen and asked. Li Changjiang shook his head slowly. I don't know either. This kind of thing was really unheard of in so many years. Hu Ruoyun went to open the door. At a glance, Zhou Xiaoduo was standing obediently at the door. His face was simple and honest. Teacher, let's go for dinner. It's already 6:00 in the evening. Hu Ruoyun sighed helplessly. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she did not open her mouth. She patted Zhuo Xiaoduo's shoulder and said, "The evaluation is good. Throughout history, it's unprecedented." Zhuo Xiaoduo had an honest look on his face. He said shyly, "It's all thanks to Teacher Hu's good teaching." Hu Ruoyun finally said unhappily, "I didn't teach you those tricks. I don't dare to take the credit." Zhuo Xiaoduo scratched his head innocently, as if he did not know what the problem was. None of the parents attended the dinner that night. Zhuo Xiaoduo's parents were not at home, but the other 5 had no intention of letting their parents come. "What are you doing here? You don't even know each other. You're just here to thank me. How hypocritical. Don't come, you'll only make the atmosphere awkward." Wan Lixiu directly called her father and said, "We're thanking the teacher out of gratitude. We're too embarrassed to say anything when you guys come, and the teacher is too embarrassed to say anything. You guys are too embarrassed to leave. To prevent everyone from being embarrassed, it's better if you don't come." However, there were only 6 children at the dinner table with Hu Ruoyun and her husband, but 4 pairs were drunk. Hu Ruoyun lost her composure and burst into tears in the end. On the one hand, she was distressed by Zhuo Xiaoduo's evaluation. On the other hand, she was really reluctant. Hu Ruoyun was really reluctant to part with these children, especially Zhuo Xiaoduo. She watched the children finally grow up and go to a higher school. Although she knew that she should be happy for them, this reluctance to part with them kept gushing out from her heart, making her feel inexplicably uncomfortable. She hugged Zhuo Xiaoduo and cried a lot, saying a lot. "You must come back to visit me when you have time. I miss you." Finally, they parted ways. Li Changjiang took a taxi with Hu Ruoyun, who had already fallen asleep. When they reached home, Hu Ruoyun miraculously woke up. "You didn't fall asleep?" Li Changjiang asked in surprise. "How can I really fall asleep?" Hu Ruoyun said slowly, "It's just that I really couldn't control my emotions and made the atmosphere sad. They have a bright future ahead of them. It's not good to make the atmosphere too sad." Li Changjiang sighed softly. "Geniuses. Come, take a look at what the students gave you," Li Changjiang said. "I don't want to look." Hu Ruoyun sighed. "Take a look. These are from Wan Lixiu. These are spirit herbs that nourish one's origin. They're all very rare and precious. This is from Li Chenglong. It's a landscape painting. This is from Yu Moyan. It's a decoration he made himself." Li Changjiang explained the items one by one as he tidied them up. Hu Ruoyun, on the other hand, was silent. "This is from Zhuo Xiaoduo." Li Changjiang had just finished speaking when Hu Ruoyun suddenly turned her head, her eyes sparkling. "Fuck." Li Changjiang had just taken it out when he exclaimed in surprise. "These are black stones for Teacher Hu." In a small bag, there were 50 pieces of black stones. These are supreme-grade jade of astral souls." Li Changjiang was stunned. Li Changjiang had only seen this kind of supreme-grade jade of astral souls once in his life. It was during a banquet when the host took it out to show off. This thing was really too rare and too hard to come by. Any piece of supreme-grade jade of astral souls would be sold for a sky-high price. It was a price that could not be bought even if one had the money. Zhuo Xiaoduo actually gave 50 of them to Hu Ruoyun at once. "This is too extravagant." Hu Ruoyun was anxious. "How can we accept this? Hurry up and return it tomorrow. These materials will delay this child's cultivation by a lot." Li Changjiang also nodded. "It's indeed too expensive. I'll go look for her tomorrow." The next day, Li Changjiang went to look for Zhuo Xiaoduo early in the morning. Zhuo Xiaoduo's attitude was firm. "Principal, you know that I'm a very stingy person. In my life, I can't say that I'm the only one who would take the initiative to give a gift to someone for free." Perhaps from now until the day I die of old age, there will only be a few people who will do so. But teacher Hu is worth anything for me to give her. If you don't accept it, you don't have to return it to me. You can just throw it on the street. I don't know if someone will pick it up. Li Changjiang saw Zhuo Xiaoduo's attitude. What could he do? He could only take it back. Please tell teacher Hu that these have to be used. The next time I visit her, if there are any leftovers, I'll be sad. I'll have to give her more. Zhuo Xiaoduo giggled. Li Changjiang took the bag of black stones home. Naturally, Hu Ruoyun complained to him. But after passing on Zhuo Xiaoduo's words, Hu Ruoyun didn't say anything. After a long time, she said softly, Xiaoduo is a good boy. I really envy his parents for having such a good child. From the second day onwards, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't slack off at all. He continued to cultivate as if his life depended on it. Zhuo Xiaonian accompanied him. The two of them looked for a secluded place to cultivate day and night. They wanted to make every effort to improve themselves in the remaining time. After continuously cultivating as if his life depended on it, Zhuo Xiaoduo found that he had broken through the bottleneck of his strength. This discovery made Zhuo Xiaoduo ecstatic. Therefore, he worked even harder and increased the weight he carried. Zhuo Xiaonian was his sparring partner. Once again, she began to fine him. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. 3 days later, they would set off for Hidden Dragon. Coincidentally, Zhuo Xiaonian would also set off 3 days later to report to the Nine Heavens Pavilion. However, Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding still hadn't sent back any news. They couldn't get through to their phones either. The two of them couldn't help but feel anxious. What was going on? On this night, the two of them returned home exhausted. Suddenly, they saw from afar that the lights in their house were on. For a moment, a warm current surged from the bottom of their hearts. It was a long-lost feeling. Previously, when their parents were at home, they would come home late every day. They didn't feel anything special when they saw the lights. But now, after such a long time, they suddenly saw the lights in their house on again. Their entire hearts were about to melt. Ouch! Ah! The siblings rushed up the stairs as if they had gone mad. Their exhaustion seemed to have completely disappeared at that moment. Ah, Dad, Dad, Dad. Zhuo Xiaoduo pushed the door open and rushed in, laughing loudly. Zhuo Changlu looked up from the sofa with a smile. Wu Yuding walked out of the kitchen. Zhuo Xiaoduo rushed over and hugged Wu Yuding, laughing loudly. Then, he picked up his mother and spun her around. Mom, I missed you so much. As he said that, his eyes turned red. Zhuo Zhanglu's eyes widened as he withdrew his hand. This guy rushed all the way home calling for Dad, but in the end, he went to hug Mom. What about me? Zhuo Xiaonian came in, panting. Dad. Zhuo Changlu finally found comfort. My daughter is still the best. On the other side, Wu Yuding was dizzy from being spun around by Zhuo Xiaoduo. She hit him angrily. Hurry up and put me down. You're already so old and as tall as your dad. Why are you still so childish? I won't put you down. I won't put you down. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, put me down. You're abandoning us to play by yourself again. Ha 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 ha, not this time. After being excited for a long time, the family sat down and chatted slowly. Dad, Mom, where have you been all this time? Why were you gone for so long? You even missed our graduation ceremony? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked impatiently. Well, we went to visit some old friends. Zhuo Changlu smiled and said, we also took a look at the scenery while we were at it. He did not explain in detail. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian were very dissatisfied, especially Zhuo Xiaoduo. Their parents missed the Longhu List tournament, but why didn't they come back 3 or 5 days earlier when they knew that their graduation was imminent? Wouldn't they have made it in time? Tell me in detail. Zhuo Xiaonian complained. You don't know each other. It's useless to tell you. Zhuo Changlu smiled helplessly. How about you two? Did you break through? Did it go well? Wu Yuding rolled her eyes silently at the side. Zhuo Changlu's words were extremely hypocritical. The two of them confirmed the success of the Phoenix Pulse spirit outside before they left. Along the way, watching Zhuo Xiaoduo's competition live on the internet had become their routine homework. Wu Yuding even found her daughter from the spectator stand. Zhuo Zhanglu knew Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian better than they knew themselves. Zhuo Zhanglu didn't even blush when he asked this question. Chapter 367. However, this question directly opened up the conversation between Zhuo Xiaonian and Zhuo Xiaoduo. The siblings scrambled to report what had happened during this period of time, their gains, and so on. Wu Yuding had finished cooking, serving the wine, eating, drinking, and cleaning up the table, but the two of them were still talking. Even Zhuo Xiaonian, who had always been quiet, became a chatterbox this time. However, Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding did not look impatient at all. They listened with great interest and always had gentle smiles on their faces. They were the best listeners. It was impossible to tell that they understood everything. Their faces were full of enthusiasm and seriousness. His son and daughter had skipped the most difficult and dangerous times of many things. It was as if everything was a matter of course. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding felt the feelings of their children. Their hearts were very warm. It was not easy to have children. Only Zhuo Xiaoduo's competition was directly praised to the sky by Zhuo Xiaoduo. It was so boastful that no one could look at it directly. They talked until they had to report to school and then stopped. Are we leaving in 3 days? In the end, Wu Yuding finally asked, her face revealing a strong sense of reluctance. Zhuo Xiaoduo actively encouraged, Dad, Mom, we are both leaving. Why are you staying here? Why don't you go to Fenghai with me? We are rich now. Let's go there and buy a new house and settle down. Our family is still together. How good is that? Zhuo Changlu laughed, do you think you can stay in Fenghai forever? After you transfer from Fenghai to Shangjing, we will go there to buy a house and settle down. Then, when you are successful in your cultivation and go to Sun and Moon Pass, we will settle down there. Zhuo Xiaoduo coughed and said, as long as our family is not separated, it is not a big deal. It is just buying a few more houses. Your son is now good at making money. It is not a big deal to buy a few houses. Wu Yuding smiled, we are not going anywhere. We will wait for you in Phoenix City. Mom. Zhuo Xiaoduo acted like a spoiled child. But it was useless. He could only persuade Zhuo Xiaonian, Sister Nian, talk to our parents. Zhuo Xiaonian had been looking at Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding. Her face flashed with worry. Suddenly, she asked with red eyes, Dad, Mom, why do you look so much older after coming back this time? Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned when he heard this. Taking a closer look, he saw that Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding's faces were really haggard, and there were sporadic white hairs on their temples. This was a big change for Zhuo Changlu and his wife. Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart shook as he asked, Dad, Mom, what's going on? How did this happen? Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding looked at each other and said, you have grown up. Of course, we are old. If we don't age, won't we become monsters? But it shouldn't be so fast. Zhuo Xiaoduo said anxiously, what is going on? Does it have anything to do with your background? You said that we have grown up. Now, can you tell us the whole story? Wu Yuding smiled and stroked Zhuo Xiaoduo's head. She said, don't worry. It's really okay. This situation is good for us. We can return to the state of cultivation. The faster we get old, the better. What Wu Yuding said was the truth, but it didn't sound like it was the case. Is there such a strange cultivation method in the world? Zhuo Xiaoduo expressed his doubts. There are all kinds of strange cultivation methods in the world. You have only seen a few of them. Zhuo Chenglu smiled and said, in short, you can rest assured. Don't worry about us. Zhuo Xiaonian thought for a long time and said, Dad, Mom, are you experiencing the world of mortals? Zhuo Chenglu's eyes narrowed and said, it seems that Nian knows a lot. She even knows about experiencing the world of mortals. Well, that's more or less what I mean. Although there were still 2 levels of difference, Zhuo Chenglu already felt that his daughter was very knowledgeable. Zhuo Xiaonian suddenly understood and said, I have read the records of the sect. Back then, only the founder of the sect had reached this step. Zhuo Xiaoduo was confused. What is experiencing the world of mortals? You don't have to ask. At your current level, the less you know, the better. Zhuo Xiaonian's previous elegant appearance disappeared. She was radiant and looked like a different person. Zhuo Xiaoduo was even more confused. There were 4 people in the family, but now 3 of them knew. Was it really okay to hide it from me? Don't worry about us in the future, Dad, Mom. Zhuo Xiaonian said gently, the first thing to do when experiencing the world of mortals is to not have too many ties. The 2 uncles who were called here before already had a great impact. Zhuo Zhanglu comforted him and said, experience in the world of mortals. The true meaning and the fetters are not something that can be explained in a few words. You only need to know that your mother and I will be fine as long as you 2 are fine. Experience in the world of mortals is nothing compared to the 2 of you. After saying that, he smiled faintly. Wu Yuding thought for a while and said, but speaking of moving, we really have to move. This place is no longer suitable for living. The 2 of you have been exposed so much this time. So many people have said that you are the family of geniuses. We have chosen a house in King Qi's tomb. When you leave, your dad and I will move there. Wu Yuding said, but we will also keep the house here. You 2 have earned so much money. Your dad and I will enjoy ourselves and spend some money. Ha! King Qi's tomb. Zhuo Xiaoduo thought for a while and said, that place is more remote. It's okay. We just want some peace and quiet. Wu Yuding smiled faintly. Zhuo Xiaonian and Zhuo Xiaoduo were deep in thought. Both of them didn't believe that it was just a peaceful place. They had a feeling that there was something going on there. But their parents didn't want to talk about it. From the next day onwards, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't go out to practice. Instead, he stayed at home with Zhuo Chenglu and Wu Yuding. He wanted to spend more time with his parents. But on the afternoon of this day, Zhuo Xiaoduo was chased out. Why are you so annoying now? Wu Yuding looked at him with disdain. Are you going to clean up the basin that was knocked over? Get out and play. It's really annoying. Zhuo Chenglu looked helpless. Why are you interfering when I'm making tea? You don't know anything. Look at how you're ruining my good tea. I'm going to college soon. You don't want to go to Fenghai, so I want to spend more time with you in these last few days. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked wronged. Go, go, go. We don't want you to accompany us. The husband and wife drove Zhuo Xiaoduo out as if they were chasing a duck. Then, they pulled open the door to Zhuo Xiaonian and drove Zhuo Xiaonian out too. Let's go out together. Don't come back until dinner time. It's so annoying. After they left the house, the siblings looked at each other. They missed each other so much after not seeing each other for a month. They were together for less than 2 days and they were so annoyed. Sai, let's go practice. On the 3rd day. The 2 were still chased out to practice. They only had dinner as a family in the evening. You have rings, so you can carry anything with you. You're also very rich, so you don't need to pay for your travel and living expenses. Sua Changlu held a wine glass. After this last meal, get out of here tomorrow morning. Come back when you're on vacation. Don't think about going home every day and be childish. Sua Xiaoduo and Sua Xiaonian pouted. Sigh, I've read so many articles and novels about being reluctant to part with her, but it turns out that they're all lies. Humph. The siblings were in a bad mood. That night, they got together in a room and talked for the whole night, but they were still reluctant to leave. In the end, Sua Xiaoduo sneakily attacked and was beaten up by Sua Xiaonian. The next morning, when Sua Xiaoduo woke up, Sua Xiaonian was already gone. Where's Nian Nianmao? Your sister Nian has already left. Wu Yuding brought out breakfast. She's probably crying on the way. She didn't even dare to eat breakfast. Damn, is that necessary? Sua Xiaoduo ate a belly full. Patting his stomach, he said, it's delicious. Mom, Dad, I'm leaving too. I'll come back to see you after my vacation. Wu Yuding and Sua Changlu didn't even raise their heads. They waved their hands as if they were shooing flies away. Go, go, go. Go quickly. Sua Xiaoduo laughed, kissed Wu Yuding on the cheek, and jumped out of the house. Let's go. The door slammed shut. The lively house suddenly quieted down. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Sua Changlu slowly put down the wine glass, and the smile on his face disappeared bit by bit. Wu Yuding lowered her head. Drops of tears quietly flowed out and fell to the ground. Finally. They're all gone. Wu Yuding suddenly felt grief welling up in her heart, and she burst into tears. Sua Changlu also blinked and gently breathed in. At night, Wu Yuding opened the door of her son and daughter's room. Looking at the empty bedroom and the dark room, she couldn't help but cry the whole night. Sua Xiaoduo walked out of the city and saw Li Chenglong waiting at the city gate. Did you cry? Li Chenglong asked. Did you cry? No. Me neither. He. Let's go. The feelings of children and their parents were always so different. Before they left, the children were reluctant to part with their parents. But when they left, their hearts had already flown to the outside world. They didn't have time to be sentimental about the vast and new world before they were immersed in a colorful and exciting life. And the sadness of parents always came after they parted with their children. Every day, every moment. They were all worried. They all leaned against the door and looked at each other. On the second day after their children left, they habitually looked at the door. It was time for school to end again. They couldn't wait until they remembered that they had already gone to college. So, they felt sad again. Sua Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong set off from the east gate of Phoenix City. They walked all the way until they were dozens of miles away from Phoenix City. They climbed the highest mountain, stood on the stone at the top of the mountain, and looked back. Over there, that's our home. Sua Xiaoduo said in a daze. Yes, Mom and Dad are at home. Li Chenglong was also in a daze. I wonder how long it will take to go home from Fenghai. You should take a break. If you really go home suddenly, they will be shocked. They might think that something happened. But if you break through the nascent soul, you can fly back in a few hours. That's true. My mom must be crying. My mom too. Sigh. Let's go. Okay. The two figures rushed down the mountain like arrows and rushed into the meteorite plain. Behind them, the mountain finally covered Phoenix City. Chapter 368. They advanced all the way into the meteorite plains. Once they left the protective layer, the meteor shower above their heads poured down in a not too dense manner, smashing holes all around them. As far as the eye could see, there were meteors falling endlessly. This was the first obstacle a Xiantian cultivator had to face before entering the next stage of cultivation. It was also a matter of life and death. This was the reason why the high martial arts academies required students who graduated from the high martial arts academies to go to their respective high schools independently or in groups, to quickly adapt to the living atmosphere, living environment, and living conditions that Xiantian cultivators had to face. If there were external help, such as parents or hiring powerful cultivators to escort them, it would only cause them to develop a sense of dependence and misjudge their ability to survive. After the protective layer was removed, they would be in danger. Just like what could be seen now, the entire meteorite plains was like a battlefield filled with smoke and fire. Cannonballs were unceasingly falling. Even though they were not particularly concentrated, their destructive power was not lacking. They were truly capable of killing people. It didn't matter if it was an ordinary person or a weaker cultivator. If they encountered a large meteor shower with meteorites containing strange materials, even an expert would be smashed to death. Naturally, there were roads on the meteorite plains, and they were relatively safe. However, these roads were formed by an alliance of many large merchants who used this road all year round. Every certain distance, someone needed to hold up a protective layer to protect the passage. Over time, a special economic method was formed on the road: toll fees. After all, they were protecting this road from being smashed by meteorites. At the same time, they were providing a great convenience that didn't need to worry about their lives. As long as they passed through this road, they would naturally be safe. Therefore, everyone was very willing to pay the toll fees, and there were few disputes. However, Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong obviously didn't plan to take the safe road. Their choice was to jump all the way through the wilderness. This was a path of cultivation, but also a path of tempering. The Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts entrance training tool on their bodies had already been opened. This entrance training tool would faithfully record all the situations that they encountered along the way. If their lives were really in danger, they could also take the initiative to press the emergency call button. Naturally, the teachers of the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts entrance training tool would come to their aid. However, no matter how much of a genius or monstrous a student you were, from the moment you pressed the emergency button, you would lose all the privileges you originally had in the High Martial Academy and become the most ordinary student. Swollen, you claim to be erudite and knowledgeable. Do you know what's going on with the meteor shower that keeps falling from the sky? Zhou Xiaoduo asked with a smile as he slapped away a meteorite falling from the sky. I really don't know the exact reason. There are too many guesses about this. Li Chenglong sighed and said, a more reliable guess is that there was a world-ending battle in the past. Several powerful people in the starry sky fought in the starry sky, causing the universe to collapse and the Milky Way to collapse. This caused the endless rain of stars to return to the origin of the Yuan Qi, resulting in such a scene. But at least in my opinion, this statement is not accurate. How could there be a battle that lasted for tens of thousands of years? Not to mention a meteor shower that can last for tens of thousands of years. There must be some other reason behind this. Li Chenglong continued to dodge the meteorites. As he moved forward in a snake-like manner, he said, I'm more inclined to believe that, in the distant starry sky, there's a planet that's millions of times bigger than our continent that's constantly splitting. During the process of its fission, its star fragments form a huge number of meteorites that fall continuously, eventually forming a meteor shower. Li Chenglong said. Why do you think this way? Although the previous statement wasn't officially recognized, it's still the most mainstream one, right? Zhou Xiaoduo asked curiously. The main reason I agree with the latter statement is because of the falling jade of astral souls. Li Chenglong said, after so many years, although the quality of the jade of astral souls varies greatly, as long as the meteorites contain the jade of astral souls, the basic composition is the same. You must know that the difference is only limited to the difference in quality, but the essence and composition factors are basically the same. It can already be concluded that they came from the same planet. Li Chenglong said, "What's lacking now is just that there's no concrete evidence." Zhuo Xiaoduo was silent for a long time. Then, he said, "Your argument seems reasonable, but it's easy to refute. You must know that there are also astral souls on our continent that contain astral souls jade. Moreover, the composition is exactly the same as that of the meteorite belt." "What do you think?" Li Chenglong said, "That's another matter. I'm more inclined to the second statement, but it's not necessarily accurate." Just as the two of them were discussing heatedly, a whistling sound suddenly appeared in the sky. Sensing the aura, the two of them quickly jumped to the left and right. Then, with a loud bang, a meteorite as big as 2 millstones combined slammed into the ground with a scorching aura. Immediately, a big hole was smashed into the solid ground. It was a few meters wide and very deep. The surrounding ground shook uniformly. Everything on the ground within a radius of dozens of miles jumped up. At the same time, a dense spiritual energy rushed towards them. "This piece is quite heavy." Zhuo Xiaoduo glanced at it and jumped down. He directly grabbed the big rock and threw it up, ignoring the temperature that could turn an ordinary person into ashes. With a bang, the meteorite fell to the ground again, but it didn't cause any more damage. Zhuo Xiaoduo moved, the cat spirit sword in his hand. The sword flickered with a red light. It was infused with the flaming sun scripture. He brazenly slashed down. The boulder was split open from one side like a piece of tofu. "Damn!" Li Chenglong was shocked. This huge meteorite weighed at least tens of thousands of kilograms. After about 3 feet of its surface was cut open, a large piece of green astral soul's jade was hidden in the middle. "The harvest is not bad." Zhuo Xiaoduo held the sword and cut the entire piece of astral soul's jade into a large square as if it was tofu. "All of them are of medium quality. It's a small harvest. When I reach Hidden Dragon, I can use this as a mattress." Li Chenglong's eyes immediately turned red. This was a large piece of astral soul's jade the size of a calf. It was a medium-quality jade of astral souls. Looking at it, it was at least 20,000 kilograms, right? Putting the market price aside, just the appearance of such a complete piece would only increase its value by several times. This was a windfall that fell from the sky and landed directly in Zhuo Xiaoduo's pocket. Why didn't I see it? Li Chenglong was depressed. He felt that he had acted too late. If he had acted earlier, he would have been able to get a share of the loot. Ever since Li Chenglong had teamed up with Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others, he had gained a lot from every experience. His wealth was much greater than before. However, as his cultivation continued, he would need to consume more and more resources every day. He might not care about small amounts of money, but such a large piece of medium-quality jade of astral soul's jade was still quite tempting. You don't have to be so tempted. With your vast knowledge, you will understand many things if you think about it carefully. I was able to obtain such a harvest because I have many convenient conditions. These conditions are all things that you don't have. The meteorite falling from the sky is in itself a stroke of luck. However, if you want to turn this luck into reality, you need to meet many conditions. First, you need to grasp the meteorite in your hands and deal with it as quickly as possible. Do you have that much strength? Are you able to withstand the heat of the meteorite? Zhuo Xiaoduo dealt with the meteorite carefully and threw it into the ring. The reason why I was able to obtain the Jade of Astral Souls was because of my strength, Flaming Sun Divine Skill, and my Cat Spirit Sword. These three are indispensable. Don't you know that the meteorite's heat will carbonize a large part of the Jade of Astral Souls? Li Chenglong's mind raced and he immediately figured it out. However, he still sighed. Even if you are right, you have a lot of wealth now. I don't even have a single strand of hair. Moreover, I have to be insulted by your poisonous mouth. How could I have been so blind to follow you? I regret it so much. You regret it? Zhuo Xiaoduo snorted. It's not too late to get lost now. We have only just reached this stage. Li Chenglong did not want to talk anymore. Swollen, when are you going to pay me the money you owe me? Zhuo Xiaoduo thought of his space ring again. I don't have money. Li Chenglong was furious. He said fiercely, I don't have money, and I won't give you my life. Speaking of which, this is such a huge windfall. Are you really not going to share half of it with me? Fuck. I can't even shut your mouth when I asked for money. Zhuo Xiaoduo screamed. Tisk, with your character, if you don't want to keep it all to yourself, why would you deliberately bring up a debt that you can't even get back? Li Chenglong's eyes were full of disdain. What he was trying to say just now was that the windfall that fell from the sky was all yours. I didn't do anything, so why should I get a share? However, the item was already in Zhuo Xiaoduo's pocket. To ask him to take it out and share it again. Li Chenglong felt that even Li Zhangming, who could control dreams, would not dare to have such a dream. Next, Li Chenglong began to pay attention to the falling meteorites and the possible spiritual herbs in his field of vision. It had to be said that once Li Chenglong's knowledge was fully activated, his harvest would only be more than Zhuo Xiaoduo's. The two of them quarreled as they walked forward, neither of them giving way to the other. Why should you take half of what I found? Did you do anything? You want to reap without sowing? You must be blind. Brothers are close. It's reasonable to share half when we meet. Then why didn't you share half of the jade of astral souls with me? Brothers are close. Why would I take what others like? Besides, that piece is too complete. It's a pity to cut it open. You could have just given me the whole piece. Do you have that much storage space in your space ring? Don't you want the other things in there? No. Then you can share half of the money with me. Brothers are close. Don't talk about money. It hurts our relationship. Chapter 369. After walking for 300 miles, Li Chenglong was so angry that he was foaming at the mouth because of a certain someone who was always right. When they found another patch of star ginseng sprouts, Li Chenglong finally couldn't take it anymore. You have to pay for this new batch of harvest. You have to pay. What are you talking about? Swollen, with our relationship, how can you talk about money with me? Don't you know that talking about money hurts the relationship between brothers? You're an ungrateful villain. You have to pay, otherwise, there's no room for discussion. TSK, you're so stingy. The harvest this time will be used to pay for your ring. Is that okay? Zhuo Xiaoduo relented helplessly. When Li Chenglong heard this, he felt that this proposal was acceptable. He beamed with delight and agreed. Deal. A large patch of star ginseng sprouts worth 1 million was put into Zhuo Xiaoduo's space ring. Alright, these star ginseng sprouts are used to pay for your ring. Zhuo Xiaoduo said heartily, it's 1 in 10,000. Since we're brothers, you don't have to be polite with me. 1 in 10,000? Li Chenglong's eyeballs almost fell out. The market price of these star ginseng sprouts is at least 1 million. And it's only 1 in 10,000? Is your ring worth so much? Zhuo Xiaoduo said unhappily, look at you haggling over every ounce, don't tell me you still want to bargain. I even wanted to cultivate with you. If it weren't for the long period of close contact with each other, do you think you can have your current cultivation and strength? You have to look forward, you know. Look forward, don't look at money. Zhuo Xiaoduo lectured him earnestly. Swollen, you have to be generous, especially to your friends. You have to be loyal. In the future, don't haggle over every penny like this. It's too unpleasant. Li Chenglong was completely stunned. I'm impressed. Li Chenglong rolled his eyes. If I wasn't prepared, I would have fallen out with you. If you feel uncomfortable, you can hit me. You can do whatever you want. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled. Friends should vent their anger on each other and make each other happy. If I could beat you, I wouldn't need you to tell me. Li Chenglong sighed. He had a premonition that his days would be miserable in the next few years. However, he thought about it again and felt that Zhuo Xiaoduo's words were very reasonable. After all, Zhuo Xiaoduo had urged the Blazing Sun Divine Technique to cultivate together with Li Chenglong. However, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. It seemed that he owed Zhuo Xiaoduo a lot. Damn, I'm wrong. How I hypnotized myself. Let's hurry for a while. Tonight, let's rest on the main road ahead. Zhuo Xiaoduo. Okay. At this time, Li Chenglong was already exhausted. Originally, he only had 8,000 pounds of weight on his body. During this period of time, he had already gotten used to it. But this time, Zhuo Xiaoduo added 2 more arm guards for him. One was 5,000 pounds, so the total weight was 10,000 pounds. In other words, Li Chenglong was carrying around 20,000 pounds. Although it was still incomparable to Zhuo Xiaoduo's abnormal 100,000 pounds, it was already Li Chenglong's limit. Along the way, he had to constantly be on guard against falling meteorites and spread out his spiritual sense to search for treasures. Whether it was his physical strength, mental strength, or mental strength, he had already reached his limit. When he heard that he would be able to rest soon, Li Chenglong couldn't help but feel refreshed. They continued forward for another 200 miles. The moon was already in the middle of the sky. Finally, Zhuo showed mercy and announced that they could rest. The two of them walked towards the main road that shone like a river under the moonlight. However, before they could get close, they heard a cry for help from the other side. Help! Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong couldn't help but look at each other. Their luck was really indescribable. Just when they wanted to rest, they ran into trouble. Didn't they know that they had been tired for the whole day? Should we do something? Li Chenglong looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo. No matter what, we have to go and take a look first. We have to analyze the specific situation. Zhuo Xiaoduo said matter-of-factly, by the way, swollen, you like to read. How many novels have you read? The novels I have read should be called unofficial history. Li Chenglong was confused by Zhuo Xiaoduo's jumping thoughts. He replied casually, what do you mean? Sigh, why are you so ignorant? You're really not smart at all. I'm so tired of carrying you. Zhuo Xiaoduo sped up and said, you have to remember that the protagonist of a book will run into trouble no matter where he goes. Those who run into trouble the most are basically the destined ones. They are the core characters of the whole book. For example, me. For example, when that stone fell beside me and I didn't walk far before someone called for help. Do you understand? Zhuo Xiaoduo was proud, this is called protagonist treatment. Do you understand? Country bumpkin. Ha! Li Chenglong curled his lips, you say it as if I haven't run into it. That's different. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, as a protagonist, there will be a follower around him. These kinds of characters also have a mixed name, which is basically related to being fat. Even if they aren't fat, they will be beaten to look fat. This is the treatment of a protagonist. Li Chenglong's mouth twitched. He didn't want to talk anymore. He finally understood that if he said a few more words, he would be beaten up again. Fuck, why did I say, again? Before the two of them even reached the roadside, they were already shocked by the scene in front of them. There were at least several thousand star beasts a few miles ahead, and they were still gathering in all directions. Even further away, there were even more star beasts rushing in this direction. Now, there were more than 60 saber-winged tigers, eyeing them from all directions. There was a group of people who were trapped in the center of the encirclement. They were all squeezed together and their bodies were trembling like sieves. They had no ability to resist. Looking over, there were more than 10 warriors at the outermost circle. They seemed to be bodyguards or something like that. Although they weren't in such a bad condition, they were all sweating profusely. The two people at the front were constantly setting fire on the road. These two people were the masters of the Merchant Alliance guarding the official road. They were anxious and impatient, shouting, "What on earth are you carrying with you? Who took out those weird things? Put them away quickly. Why don't we just throw them out?" These two masters of the Merchant Alliance were both masters of the inner core stage. They were naturally powerful. However, facing such a large group of star beasts, they were still helpless. They could only sigh and keep adding fuel and branches. However, even though the star beasts were afraid of fire, they still didn't want to retreat. They just kept roaring around the fire. Help! Although they knew that it was useless to call for help, there were still many people who couldn't control the fear in their hearts. They kept calling for help until their voices were hoarse. It was as if shouting like this could reduce the fear in their hearts. The two masters of the Merchant Alliance were so anxious that they were sweating profusely. The fuel they had was almost used up. There weren't many branches left. Even if they burned everyone's clothes, how long could it last? What gave them a bigger headache was why these star beasts were so persistent. What was it that attracted these star beasts? The two of them were confused. They didn't know how to deal with it. As a cultivator belonging to the Merchant Union, he had been on the trade route all year round. He was very familiar with how to deal with unexpected situations. The group of people arrived here in the afternoon. They were tired, so they rested on the spot. Their behavior was no different from usual. However, they didn't know what was going on. Not long after the sky turned dark, a large number of star beasts started to surround them. In less than 15 minutes, they were surrounded from all sides. It was the first time they saw such a dangerous situation after guarding the official road for so long. Moreover, even though the star beasts were afraid of fire, how could they be afraid of such a small fire with so many high-level star beasts gathered here? What were these star beasts waiting for? What were they going to do? This was something that they had never seen before. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were stunned when they saw the situation. What's going on? Why were there so many star beasts gathered here? Those saber-winged tigers were equivalent to human inner core stage cultivators. Moreover, these were just the ones they saw. They didn't know if there were more powerful ones hiding behind. What did these people do? Why did they provoke so many star beasts? Zhou Xiaoduo looked over. Under the illumination of the fire, a group of people were pale. One of them was a familiar face. Ji Weiran. At this moment, his face was filled with nervousness and despair. There are too many star beasts here, boss. Li Chenglong hit his body on a tree stump. It's difficult. Even if it's difficult, we have to do it. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed. The situation was too dangerous. They were surrounded by a large number of star beasts. Even though they were surrounded by fierce fire, they still didn't leave. Obviously, they wouldn't give up until they reached their goal. Moreover, more star beasts were rushing over. There must be a big reason. If they didn't understand the situation and entered the trap rashly, not only would they fail to save the people, they might even lose their lives. Zhou Xiaoduo wasn't a saint. He didn't even consider himself a good person. If Ji Weiran wasn't here, Zhou Xiaoduo would probably turn around and leave. There were so many people dying in this world every day. Who was innocent? However, Ji Weiran's existence made it impossible for Zhou Xiaoduo to leave. Ji Weiran was the future leader in the development of individual weapons. He was a special existence who could save countless people in the Astral Souls continent. He had to save them. Zhou Xiaoduo frowned and thought for a moment. Then, he secretly took out a piece of top-grade jade of astral souls from his space ring and held it in his hand. The moment the top-grade jade of astral souls was exposed to the air, a magnificent spiritual energy suddenly exploded. In the blink of an eye, a small spirit chi tide was formed. Countless star beasts turned their heads and looked over. Their eyes were full of greed. The next moment, rumble, like a tide, the star beasts turned and rushed over. There were more and more of them. The tide was turbulent, and the waves were getting bigger and bigger. Gradually, it was like a huge wave. 5 chapters. Looking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Because there was a transitional chapter in the middle, he might as well go over. Chapter 370. Most star beasts wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of such pure spiritual energy. However, the 100 or so large star beasts in the middle only turned their heads before turning their heads back. They had actually resisted the temptation on this side. Li Chenglong watched as the star beasts rushed toward him like a tide. His legs turned to jelly. Boss. You. There's no time to explain now. Zhou Xiaoduo casually tossed the top-grade jade of astral souls to Li Chenglong. Hurry up and remove the weights. Run as fast as you can to lure this large wave away. Wait for me 500 kilometers ahead. Hurry. Run. Li Chenglong was on the verge of tears as he hurriedly removed the weights. You're just messing with me. You've already trained me for an entire day, and now you're making me race against thousands of starving star beasts. Are you trying to play me to death? Oh. The star beast at the front was already close. It leaped into the air and went straight for Li Chenglong, who had the jade of astral souls in his hand. Zhou Xiaoduo drilled into the ground without a care. You don't have to run. Let the star beasts chase after you. His entire body drilled into the hole. In addition, he didn't have the jade of astral souls in his hand. Naturally, he didn't have to worry about being targeted by the star beasts. All the star beasts rushed toward Li Chenglong. Fuck. Li Chenglong immediately took to his heels. This is too much. Too much. He ran for thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. As he ran, he removed the weights and ran faster and faster, leaving the dust behind. The star beasts chased after him relentlessly. Smoke and dust billowed along the way. It was a spectacular sight. The leader of the Iron God sect, Li Chenglong, started a new movement. He ran alone with the star beasts. More and more star beasts followed behind him. From a few hundred, to a few thousand, and then to a few thousand. It was extremely spectacular and incomparable, that he watched as Li Chenglong ran away. Zhou Xiaoduo emerged from the ground and looked to the other side. More than 2/3 of the star beasts had been lured away. There were only about 100 of them left, and most of them were saber-winged tigers. There was also a portion of them. The black-horned white-tailed tigers. These two primal core star beasts were still eyeing them covetously, not leaving at all. None of the other star beasts were left. They had all been lured away by the jade of astral souls in Great Founder Li's hand. The flames on the official road were getting smaller and smaller. It was obvious that there was nothing left to burn. The despair on everyone's faces deepened. They had thought that the person who had suddenly jumped out was their savior. Who would have thought that even though that person had good intentions and had successfully lured away a large portion of the star beasts, the remaining ones were still fatal. In fact, the situation might even be worse than before. Although there were many astral beasts gathered together, the ones at the front were just ordinary astral beasts. However, the ones that they had to face now were all Core Cloud's astral beasts. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo finally stood up. Of course, Master Zhuo would not act rashly. However, he had found a relatively feasible breakthrough. And it was an acquaintance. Well, that was not right. It should be an acquaintance. The saber-winged tiger in the middle, which was relatively smaller in size. And the one with a small tuft of white fur on its ear. Wasn't that the tiger beauty that he had met in the trial earlier? Wasn't that the tiger beauty that he had a good relationship with? Wasn't it the king of the northern part of Phoenix City? Why was it here? The distance was not close. Zhou Xiaoduo appeared. His whole body was emitting an amiable aura. He walked over with a smile. After a few steps, he had already approached the group of tigers. Then, the strangest thing happened. A few saber-winged tigers at the periphery moved their bodies, intentionally or otherwise, and let him pass. Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned by this change. Why didn't they attack me? Although I am handsome, if I say that I am so handsome that even the saber-winged tigers like me. Isn't this a little too whimsical? However, it was obvious that the saber-winged tigers did not have any hostility towards him. Zhou Xiaoduo's body swayed back and forth. He actually managed to pass through the group of saber-winged tigers safely. Inside the ring of fire, the people who witnessed this scene were all stunned. Who was this brat? How could he be so awesome? Could it be that these saber-winged tigers were actually raised by him? Zhou Xiaoduo had already arrived in front of the tigress. He greeted her with a smile. Hello, beautiful tiger. We meet again. The tigress looked at the person in front of her in confusion. After a long while, she finally reacted. Her eyes were instantly filled with panic. With a whoosh, she shrunk her body and hid behind a big tiger. She whimpered and nudged the big tiger with her head. It's him, it's him. He was the one who bullied me that day. The big tiger howled and raised its neck. It revealed a proud expression. Don't be afraid, your husband is here. How did he bully you? Are you still a chaste tiger? Howl, howl. The tigress was angry. This idiot, what was he thinking? This two-legged beast in front of her was not even enough to use its head. The big tiger thought that this made sense. Hence, it shook its head and wagged its tail. Howl. The general meaning of this roar, in human language, was, I'm not green. Then, it raised its eyes and looked at Zhou Xiaoduo in front of it. Howl, howl. Zhou Xiaoduo was already stunned when he heard the first roar. Now, he was even more stunned. Does he really want to communicate with me? But I don't know the language of beasts. What kind of person was Zhou Xiaoduo? He was an elf, a cunning person. He smoothly pulled out large pieces of cooked meat from his spatial ring and threw them on the ground. I'll treat you to some. The big tiger was at a loss. It sniffed and swallowed its saliva. Howl. You want to poison me? But it smells so good. On the side, the tigress turned around and bit a piece of meat with one bite. She wolfed it down and whimpered. Howl, howl, howl. Translation, this is delicious. Eat it quickly. This two-legged beast let me eat it many times a while ago. It's just that every time I eat it, I get beaten up. The big tiger, howl. The other big tigers beside it didn't care if it howled or not. When they smelled the fragrance, they turned around, sniffed with their noses, and started eating. It would be a waste not to eat it. This two-legged beast seems to be friends with the boss's wife. I wonder if it's green or not. If it's me, I'll definitely be green. Whatever, let's eat first. Zhou Xiaoduo felt that he seemed to understand a little. The purpose of these saber-toothed tigers surrounding this place was not to eat humans to fill their stomachs. In fact, Zhou Xiaoduo had already learned from Li Chenglong that saber-winged tigers basically didn't eat humans unless their territory was invaded. In other words, this group of winged tigers were not particularly ferocious star beasts. But now that they were surrounding this place, there must be another reason. Sua Xiaoduo threw a few more pieces of meat and patted the big tiger's head, which was busy eating. The big tiger turned its head angrily and bared its fangs, showing a ferocious look. Howl! How dare you pat this king's head? How dare you? Sua Xiaoduo patted it again and reached out to point at the fire. The big tiger was stunned and its furry head actually nodded. This time, Sua Xiaoduo was sure that there really was a reason behind this. He walked all the way through the saber-toothed tigers. Wherever he passed, large pieces of fragrant cooked meat were scattered. It was as if he was a hard-working breeder feeding pigs. Inside the ring of fire, everyone was dumbfounded. This person was too awesome. They watched as this cyan-robed young master fed the tigers all the way, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll through a courtyard. He was really too handsome. His clothes fluttered, his figure was tall, his face was handsome, and there was a smile at the corner of his mouth. It was simply there were a few girls in the circle. They could only feel their hearts pounding, and for a moment, they forgot to be afraid. Sua Xiaoduo walked a few steps into the fire circle. He felt a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would not have let Swollen escape. It had to be said that Swollen's trip this time was somewhat uncalled for. This young master. The Merchant Alliance's inner core stage expert was extremely shocked. He actually called out a name from the martial world. It's nothing. Sua Xiaoduo smiled and said, I saw that you guys seemed to be in trouble, so I came over to take a look. Now, it seems that you guys have something that they want. That's why they came over. They surrounded you but did not kill you. Their real intention is to make you hand over that thing. I believe that from my conversation with this group of tigers, you should be able to determine that they do not have any ill intentions. I just don't know what you guys have that attracted them over. I really don't know. If I knew what it was, I would have thrown it out long ago. The two inner core stage experts were in tears and snot. They had been protecting the trade route for many years. How could they not know what was going on? If I knew what it was, I would have thrown it out long ago. I really don't know what it is. It actually attracted so many big guys. Everyone's things are all here. It's just spread out here. We've been looking for a long time, but we still can't tell what these saber-toothed tigers like. Everyone's face was filled with confusion. Just like what the inner core stage expert had said, if they knew what it was, they would have thrown it out long ago. No matter how rare it was, could it be more important than the lives of so many people? Sua Xiaoduo looked around and scratched his head. He really should not have let Swollen escape. If he was here, perhaps he would be able to tell that he was the expert in this area. Suddenly, Sua Xiaoduo had an idea. He said, I'll find someone I know. Find someone he knew. Everyone was puzzled for a long time. They saw Sua Xiaoduo turn around and walk into the middle of the saber-toothed tigers again. A certain someone slowly squatted down and patted the big tiger's head. Then, he turned around and pointed. Then, he grabbed the big tiger's paw and pulled it towards the fire. Then, he repeated the action again. The big tiger understood and raised its head. It was a little hesitant. Oh, oh, oh. It's okay. Sua Xiaoduo repeated the action again. He spread out his hands and shrugged his shoulders, repeatedly showing that he was harmless. The big tiger tilted its head and thought for a while. Then, its two ears shook a few times. It stretched out its huge tiger paw and patted the tigress. Oh, oh. Translation, you go. The tigress was dumbfounded and howled a few times in grievance. Translation, you don't love me anymore. You weren't like this in the past. At this time, a few smaller tigresses came out from the side and howled at the tigress with white fur on her ears. Translation, if I tell you to go, then go. Do you think you're the first wife? During the time you left, we've already become the third, fourth, and fifth wives, you're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.